Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Distinguished speakers, colleagues, friends, good morning. On behalf of ESPON, welcome. Welcome to this conference on understanding and reinforcing the urban dimension in cohesion policy. It's a real pleasure to welcome you all here in Rome at the Fontana di Trevi and to greet also those joining us online from across Europe. Cities are central to Europe's future. They are where most Europeans live, where innovation and economic activity concentrates, and where the major transitions of our time are being tested and also delivered. At the same time, cities are also where inequalities, housing pressures, and also governance challenges are most visible. And for this reason, the urban dimension has become an increasingly important component of EU cohesion policy. Over recent programming periods, cities have gained stronger role, new instruments have been introduced, and expectations towards local delivery have grown. Yet, despite these advances, a fundamental question remains: are cities sufficiently empowered, institutionally, financially, and also administratively, to deliver on these ambitions? And this question is particularly relevant as we look ahead to post-27 cohesion policy framework. Strengthening the role of cities is not only a political objective, it's also a governance challenge. It requires alignment between EU, national, local strategies, effective multi-level cooperation, you know that, and adequate capacity on the ground as well. Addressing these issues calls for solid, comparative, and policy-relevant evidence, and this is where ESPON plays a key role. It's not the first time that ESPON engages in research and policy analysis regarding the roles of cities in the building of Europe, but I would say that the project that will be presented today is a very special one, arriving in a very special moment. Today's conference is organized in cooperation with the stakeholders, the observers, and all the partners of the ESPON Urdicode project. We will hear from all of them today. I will not cite them all now, but I would particularly like to acknowledge the 8 partner cities, starting with Budapest, our very committed and active lead stakeholder, and in the alphabetical order also for the others: Florence, Ghent, Prague, Rotterdam, Strasbourg, Valencia, and Warsaw. Urdico looks at cities, how cities across Europe engage in practice with cohesion policy, how governance arrangements shape their role, and how different funding and coordination models affect also their outcomes. This is what we are going to discuss today. Based on in-depth case studies from these 8 cities, the projects that you will hear about provides concrete insight into both good practices but also persistent challenges. Our aim with this project is not to promote one single model. It's to support more effective place-based policymaking through evidence. So the agenda of the conference today is also reflecting this objective. We will begin with opening remarks from our hosts, offering national and local perspectives from Italy and also from the city of Rome. This will be followed by a keynote session combining lessons from ESPON Urdicode with a forward-looking reflection on EU agenda for cities, helping to frame the discussion in the context of future policy options and priorities. The core of the morning after that will focus on evidence and policy recommendations with short, targeted presentations from researchers, from city representatives, from representatives also of city networks. These sessions will highlight diverse urban experiences across Europe and address key questions. What enables cities to act strategically? Where do governance arrangements limit their role? And how can cohesion policy better support integrated urban development? This evidence will then feed into a high-level panel discussion, bringing together representatives from EU institutions, city networks, national authorities, and cities themselves. This discussion will focus on how the findings can be translated into policy actions, both in the current period and also looking beyond 27. So let me conclude by underlining that this conference is intended as a space of dialogue. ESPON's mission is to support, of course, evidence-based policy making, but evidence only becomes meaningful when it's discussed, when it's challenged, and connected to real policy options and discussions and choices. And I know that many of you have a lot of things to say about our topics today. So I therefore encourage you all to actively engage throughout the morning, both here in the room and also online. For this, we are offering you the possibility to engage with the speakers in the different sessions using Slido to ask questions. So I think you can see the QR code. You will be also offered the possibility to respond to several short surveys during the morning. The moderators of each session will explain you all this in due time. For the time being, you can already scan the QR code here. You can also go on the Slido app or on the Slido website directly, and then you connect to the ESPON space using the word ESPON when connecting. So with that, and without further ado, I would like to invite now our speakers for opening and welcome remarks on behalf of Italian authorities. And as a start, I have a great honor to welcome on stage Mrs. Maria Scariglia, your Director General for Territorial Development and International Affairs, projects at the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure. And Maria, the floor is yours. Thank you. Please welcome Maria. Just before Maria starts, some remarks about the headsets and also the languages. The conference will be given in both Italian and English. So if you need translation, use your headset. Do not forget to plug in in order to be able to listen and to access the translation either in English or in Italian. Please, Maria.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear her. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I should like to welcome everybody, and sorry for not giving the presentation in English, but it's better for me right now to speak Italian. This is just a welcome address. My name is Maria Giovanna Sgariglia, General Director of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, DG Territorial Development and International Projects. First of all, I should like to thank and welcome all participants in this conference that has been organized under the ESPON program. Well, this conference has involved many representatives of institutions, but also researchers, and both Italian and European researchers. And I should like to thank JECTA for inviting me, and as usual, for always being present and participating when it comes to organizing so many research studies, but also in organizing fruitful study days. So I should like to thank Professor Petra Pietruzzi, and I should like to thank and welcome Nicolas Rossignol, who will be facilitating this day of study. We have been cooperating very closely, and this has also been the case for organizing today's event. First of all, I should like to say that it is a great honor that this conference this day has been organized in Rome, which testifies to the attention paid by the ESPON program for Italy. And this testifies to a cooperation that has been going on for years, and Italy has developed over time with institutions and with all the stakeholders involved with the cooperation, with constant exchange. The Urdico project that will be presented today is a clear sign to this. This is a project we have been following, and we have deepened in our role as a member of the surveillance committee. The ESPON project is not a novelty for the Ministry of Infrastructure. We have been following this project from the very beginning, even before I got to the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. It is a small project because our DG follows comprehensive programs. This is a sort of niche program, but our DG and myself, we very much cherish this project because this project has truly allowed us to deepen and to carry out research studies that pave the way to the development of infrastructures. We have always been the head of delegation for the monitoring committee, and we have been co-chairs together with the Lombardy region. And this testifies and is intended to strengthen Italy's role within this program. So since 2024, we have been the national contact point. This is a strategic organization allowing us to participate even more and deepen the research studies, including the Urdico research study that will be presented today. As you may know, all our interlocutors are experts in this field, so this program provides essential support to cohesion policies to monitor the different aspects thereof. Now, the topic we'll be dealing with and will be made the object of our debate is one of the most relevant within this project, meaning the urban dimension. The urban dimension is a topic that is taking even more importance and relevance considering the new challenges that Italy and Europe will have to take up in the future. And of course, this topic has an impact on other topics such as growth. This may seem to be trivial, but it's not. So growth, sustainability, social equality, and it is not by chance that the Ministry of Infrastructure has been following the evolution, the development of the Urdico project, where the urban dimension is tackled together with many other important topics for our ministry. So housing, transportation, infrastructures. These are all topics and issues that in these changing times internationally, but also nationally, are even more relevant today than yesterday, with a view to the new programming period, 2028-2034. Where we are an active partner. We have been following all the negotiating stages, and the ESPON program has been making a fundamental and essential contribution. And by way of conclusion, because I do not want to take too much of your time, because we are intended to debate over the project. But let me just draw your attention on the title of this conference. First verb, understanding. This testifies to the fact that the ESPON program is the main tool for understanding the housing policies, and the second verb being reinforcing. So understanding in order to strengthen, to reinforce the targets that we set for ourselves. So the ultimate goal is to study, to explore more in depth in order to improve and reinforce and strengthen. So I should like to thank you, first of all, for inviting me. And I'm more than sure that this day, considering the high quality of all the interlocutors involved, will be giving very positive and important results. And this will be yet another occasion for cooperating and for growing all together with all of you. So I should like to wish you most fruitful work within the framework of this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria.
Very kind and very strong words. I would like now to invite Raffaele Barbato. Please, Raffaele, join us on board, your Director for Strategic Planning and the National Resilience Plan for the city of Roma.
Hello. I will do my presentation in English. I need to keep my English alive. So I will try to do it in English. And well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome in Rome. Welcome on behalf of Roma Capitale, and welcome also on behalf of Mayor Roberto Gualtieri, who could not be present today, but who has been briefed about the policy brief, and he asked me to provide a report as soon as I get back to the office. I would like to first of all thank very much, well, the ESPON GTC, all the partners of the Urdico project, Eurocities and ANCI for organizing this meeting, this conference today. We believe that this is extremely relevant to have this discussion today, and also the timing is particularly relevant. The timing is relevant, of course, when looking at the debate at European level and the national level regarding the future of the MFF and the urban dimension within the MFF, but it's particularly timing also when looking at what is happening right now in Rome. I don't know when did you arrive and if you already had the chance to go a bit around, but Rome is now, as we speak, going through a radical transformation. We are living an extraordinary period of transformation, and we believe that this transformation is an European transformation. And this is a concrete example. What is happening right now in Rome is a concrete example of what does it mean, European urban dimension of European policies. This is an European transformation, first of all, because of money, let's be honest. Rome is managing unprecedented volume of EU money. We are talking about of more than 1 billion euro of RFF, or Next Generation EU, through the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience here in Rome, but we are also beneficiary or intermediary body for almost 250 million euro of ERDF, both from the national plan for metropolitan city, but we are also getting ERDF money through the urban axis of the regional plan, Regione Lazio. So as we speak, we are managing almost 1.3 billion euro of EU money, and this means more than 350 major projects happening right now as we speak all around you, from the very center, the historical center, till the most deprived neighbors that are here in Rome. The second reason why we believe that this is a European transformation is because of the policy meaning, no? What we are doing. Because every single project we are doing, every single intervention we are doing is on one side inspired by the EU policy, let's say, orientation. Either we speak about housing first, or we are speaking about urban regeneration, or sustainable mobility, or climate adaptation. Every single project has somehow a link, no, to the European policy objective, strategic objective, but also because we believe that through this project we are also making a contribution, no, to those European objective and strategic goals. And last but not least, it is an European transformation also because we are using some of the methodologies that European Union has been asking cities to use. And one clear example is the so-called integrated approach that we are trying to use when doing urban regeneration in some of the most deprived neighborhood here in Rome. We have clear example on what we have been discussing for decades regarding cross-departmental cooperation, regarding involvement of stakeholders, regarding bottom-up type of approach, regarding keeping together the social, the economic, and the physical dimension when intervening in specific neighborhoods. So we believe that that there is a concrete mark, no, on what Europe can do for city. And because of this extraordinary situation that we are living here in Rome, and because also of the background of our mayor, who you probably know, he has been long-lasting MEP, he was Minister of Finance before, so he is really a European sensitivity regarding these topics. We would like to have a role in this debate, and we are trying to engage as much as possible in all the, let's say, setting where the future of urban dimension is being discussed. Of course, as ANCI did, as Eurocity did, we welcome positively the launch of the European agenda for cities. We are happy, and we are also looking forward that also the consultation mechanisms that are foreseen in this agenda will start, because we want to provide some contribution. But of course, as many of you here in the room, we are also looking with some concern, no, regarding the debate regarding the future MFF, and in particularly this lack or apparent lack of some kind of ring fencing or whatever type of explicit urban dimension in next MFF. So this is why, and I will stop here, that we believe that this debate is very relevant today, and because of the quality of the work that you have been doing, we believe that it can make a concrete contribution to this debate. So once again, thank you for having this debate today here in Rome, and I look forward to tell you a little bit more on what is happening in Rome in the panel later on. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Raffaele, for these very stimulating messages. I think we now all understand the reason, the very good reason why. I mean, it makes completely sense to have also this discussion and this conference here in Rome. And we are very, very, very happy and very pleased also to be welcomed by you here like that. Now, I think we need to move on to our first session, and I would like to invite on stage the one who will be moderating it, Ilma von Lojewski. I have the pleasure to call you. Please join us on stage, Ilma. I will try to introduce yourself, but you have so many titles. I don't know where to start. You're professor at the Brandenburg University. You're also advisor, German associations for cities. On top of that, you are heading the urban development, construction, transport, housing department at the Federal Ministry in Germany for digital and transport affairs. So I'm certain we are in very safe hands with you as lead of this session. Then you will be accompanied by 3 persons that I would like also to see with you on stage. I will start with Ivan. Ivan Tosic. Ivan, where are you? You're here, Ivan. Ivan is a very important person in the Urdiko project. He's working for the Metropolitan Research Institute in Budapest, and he's the leader of our research team. Please, Ivan, join us on stage. Welcome. I will go on also with Mrs. Pia Lorilla, your team leader, Pia, at DG Regio, and most importantly for our subject today, you're also one of the key authors of the new EU Agenda for Cities. Welcome, Pia. Please join us. And last but not least, Massimo Aluli, who's you're representing ANCI, National Association of Italian Municipalities, who are very happy also to have you on board with us today. Thank you also for your very nice welcome yesterday, Massimo. Welcome on stage. Now we are complete, and my task is almost done. Just I kindly remind you to connect and use Slido if you wish to engage and participate in the debate. And I handle now the mic to and the floor to Ilma, who will guide us through this first session of the conference. Thank you very much. Please,
yeah,
Ilma.
thank you very much for welcoming us from the government side, from the city of Rome side. Always a pleasure and a must to come to Italy and to Rome, especially. For all those who have experienced flight problems, I recommend the train. Ferrovia dello Stato functions perfectly well compared to German railways. So does the Austrian night train, and coming from Berlin to Rome by train is a pleasure. So for the next time, join the train. Thank you for welcoming already our panel guests. That makes it easy for me to introduce, but allow me also to welcome at least two people whom I have not met for a long time. The one is Jan Olbricht, and he, for me, is a very special partner. And at this occasion, I would simply like to thank you for 20 years supporting the urban issue in the parliament and continuously as an active pensioner supporting the issue Serdečne Vitami. And I also welcome on my very personal behalf Turkish participants. I have seen there is one from Fethiye, is that right? Hoş geldiniz. Özellikle yanınızdayız. Sizi unutmayacağız. Avrupa'da. So, we are at your side, we don't forget you in Europe, and we want you to be with us. That is my very personal message because I'm German-Turkish. Yes, I have just 50 minutes to go. We have just 50 minutes to go. Nevertheless, allow me some introductory remarks also on behalf of the German Association of Cities. The paper, if it wasn't written by knowledgeable people like you and others, could have also been written by the German Association of Cities, not that knowledgeable as you did. but the position is such that multi-level governance, that decentralization, that cities, if not on the driver's seat, just close to the steering wheel, is a crucial issue. That is something we all share. And we share this even more in view of the other challenges which the EU has to cope with. And we hope that a representative of the Commission like Pia Laurila will have still a say in a sufficient way also within the Commission in order to strengthen the position of the cities, the urban dimension, and also to influence the allocation of a sufficient amount of funds in that. That we can all share different positions, whether the centralist, whether the regional, whether the city-based approach is best, is very obvious, and I think Massimo will present this to us, because I learned yesterday that Italy profited a lot from the recovery fund, and Massimo and his president and the teams at ANCI obviously have saved quite a bit of that, and we have just heard from Rome what the amount has been in negotiations with the government, and also in sensitizing the cities that these funds need to be allocated rapidly. This is something we love to hear in Germany, because especially the bigger cities need a lot of time for the disbursement of funds, and that is, in view of the competition on funds nowadays, quite a challenge. And we will be hearing, I think, from your side, Ivan, quite a bit on the research approach, the results, and the recommendations. I think we can only underpin that in these days, with the competing challenges at the EU level, we need to raise the voice for the urban sphere, for the cities, and make ourselves heard in the final go for the programs and the funds. We will be seeing the Slido question, the first question, right away in order to orientate ourselves. If possible, please show us a QR code or the entry digits. Yes, and the first question is simply, whom do we have with us? Have you had a role in the preparation of the report? And you may interpret it very widely. Have you filled out a questionnaire? Have you been asked? Have you intervened? Have you been asked by your superiors to somehow contribute to the study or whatsoever? So have you been involved as an administrator, as a politician, as a researcher or other? If possible, give us some answers, and I will continue with the position of the German Association of Cities. Meanwhile, we believe that the study clearly shows that the urban dimension has gained in importance over the last 3 decades, which cannot be, how to say, rejected, drawn back, minimized. Even if competences and room for maneuvering of cities vary in each member state, and the study makes it very clear that this is the case, we can see that cities strive for an active role on cohesion policy and other EU programs if they are given a targeted envelope and freedom to use it. Space to maneuver is certainly an issue which puzzles us a lot. Yes, we have plenty of studies at EU level, but the Urdico studies plays an important role for us to bring this message across. Bring it across, yes, in the cities themselves, at state or regional level, as it is the case in Germany with our states and our federal system, and with the central governments, and also with the Commission and the European Parliament itself. And I do hope that amongst all these studies, at least the Urdico study gains some, importance which it deserves, and has a recognition at a political and decision makers level in a way that results follow. We have discussions in Brussels about the next MFF and the future of the cohesion policy. And that shows that most actors aren't really aware of the importance of these dedicated EU funding for cities. We welcome the study. We welcome that it suggests maintaining a quota for sustainable urban development, and we see the danger that this quota goes down the drain, to put it very frankly. We will be hearing from our three panelists different views, scientific, practical, and on-site in the midst of the negotiations on the different programs in Brussels. We would love to strengthen the role also by a summit of mayors in Europe, which we haven't, as far as I know, not experienced yet beyond the activities of our friends from Eurocities, but not on behalf of the Commission itself, if I'm right. Please correct me, if not, Piero. And we will be seeing, pretty soon what comes out of that in view of all the other challenges, not to mention the challenges in terms of defense policy and the investments for that in Europe. We will be hearing first, do we have the results of question 1? I would be nice to go back. I know there are no bars. Here we are. So we have half of the participants as administrative representatives. That means convey the message to the politicians, because we only have 6% of politicians here with us. So let's see that we manage to get this into the political perception, so that the relevant decisions are going to be taken. On the others, we discuss in the break what your task was and is in this sphere. Okay, shall we look into the second question? Is that already convenient to ask that? Oh, you were all very fast because all the questions were deployed at the same time. What is good to hear that at least almost half of the national and regional governments strictly applied the 8% quota. We love to hear if this is being exceeded, as it was in Germany, Bavaria 20%, and all over Germany 8+. Yes, almost 40% exceeded. Good to hear, and even more important that we have a minimum quota of 8% also in future. We should not. So nobody should opt for abolishing that. And I think it is fruitful to fight for it even. But alerting, there was no national OP for urban areas as such. Even a quarter of the participants had to say, no, there was none. Not good to hear, and we will be exploring also later on what the reasons for this were and how to avoid that in future. Well, I invite now Pia Laurila. Pia has been with the EU Commission for more than 20 years. She is, yes please, she is not an urbanist, but the urban sphere has somehow caught you for lifetime, I hope. And I believe that she can make some strong points and give us some insights on what's going on in Brussels. We from the German Association of Cities frequently travel to Brussels twice a year, and the answer I get from my Commission colleagues is, you Germans always ask these funny questions nobody has asked before. That means we want precisely to know how it works, and sometimes I think we should take the Italian example, just let it work. So, Pia, what is your perception? What can you give us as inside information and as a kind of outlook on what we have to expect? Floor is yours.
So, first of all, thank you,
12
Hilma.
minutes.
And good morning from my side. It's a great pleasure to be here this morning. Well, yes, I'm maybe not defined wearing the hat as a specific urban specialist, but I am a great supporter of territories and regions. That has been my professional feature since the start, but let's put that behind.
Yes.
Wonderful to be in Rome. Thank you for the opening speakers, for Ms. Scariglia from the Ministry for outlining the challenges that cities are facing and that Italian Ministry and cities, regions are working on, and also for Mr. Barbato, for Raffaele, for sharing the experience of the Rome, how it is transforming dramatically and being a European EU project. And that makes my task now in 12 minutes to briefly explain to you what is cooking and what has been cooking and what is now out there, and linking it to your opening as well. So if I can have Ivan the changer. So the EU agenda for cities, it was adopted exactly 6 weeks ago. It is a communication, so meaning it has quite a strong holding in a Commission system. And at its core is to strengthen the urban and territorial dimension of EU policies. So in a nutshell, it puts forward an EU framework for integrated, sustainable urban development in our union. So while saying this, these are big words, and this is really an ambitious commitment of our Executive Vice President, Raffaele Fitto, for cohesion and reforms. In front of this audience, I think it is evident, I should not use much of time, why EU Commission is taking action in that area, but maybe just to paint a bit of the picture. Over the past even decades, the urban dimension part of place-based policies and even beyond, let me speak about thematic sectoral EU policies, it has become more and more increasingly important for the Commission. And thank you very much for the Urdico ESPON project. I had a quick look. There's a very, very nice overview how these different stages and steps have developed over the time and now culminating in the current period for this more than 24 billion euros under the ERDF allocated to cities, around 12%. But this is not only the story of the cohesion policy. It is increasingly more important also under the other thematic sectoral policies. Our colleagues working in different DGs, be they working on Green Deal, be they working on social issues, science, and so on. And I think the second bullet point on this slide here is the key here, because local regional authorities, you have a very important role on implementing the EU policy priorities on the ground. So that was a very strong motivation why this agenda was taken and put forward. So obviously there are these evident issues in increasing urbanization. Cities are, as Ms. Scariglia said from the ministry, on the lead of competitiveness, employment. We have many, many challenges, not least the housing. This is one of the most acute things. You know that before Christmas we had a affordable housing plan released, and there is a lot of work starting. But linked to the housing, by the way, we did the Eurobarometer survey around 1 year ago, and this survey, it asked EU citizens their perceptions. I think it was around 32,000 Europeans interviewed. And when we were asking what are your most immediate and urgent problem, not surprised there, housing came as a first issue. That was kind of a trend, the bigger the city, the bigger the problem. But the other issues in the area of lack of job opportunities, quality of public services, those were also ranked very high. The survey was very important to support our thinking and go forward in formulating this EU framework for policy action. I already mentioned that we had a mandate from Executive Vice President, meaning that it was his superior, President von der Leyen, that in her mission letter to Mr. Fitto asked him to put forward this strategy. and especially looking into the role of cities as engines for growth and competitiveness. So that was the starting point. But very quickly we felt that this is not only a cohesion policy issue. This goes far beyond the DG Regio work. It concerns the other 20 plus DGs in the Commission who work with who work with the thematic sectoral policy, but that address cities in one way or another in order to implement the EU legislation and policies. How did we build the strategy? We had a major consultation process in place that was very intensive, labor required a lot. Call for evidence was of course formal requirement. We got almost 200 replies. This was very good. Thank you for Anci as well. Excellent contribution from Italian Association on that. Many position papers and importantly our political leader, Mr. Fitto, he was meeting a high number of mayors during his visits to capitals around the EU and elsewhere, and that he really showed his commitment to understand the issues on the ground, and that of course distilled down to our work. And I think many of you were with us at the Cities Forum in Krakow in June, and that was culmination of this consultation with our political leaders leading the discussions and finding the kind of a consensual line. Let me then turn to these key areas of action. I have many times repeated this word that this agenda strategy, it is about EU framework for sustainable urban development, and this EU framework is built around the formula, I could say 6+1. You see here on this visual the key areas. I'll just maybe say very quickly, already mentioned competitiveness, innovation, social inclusion, equality, security, safety and preparedness, housing, climate action, environment, meaning cleaning of cities, clean energy, mobility, and complemented with international cooperation, as our cities need support in contributing to the international commitments and global cooperation. These are very wide areas allowing the support for cities in a range of areas. So agenda itself, it has a detailed descriptions and statistics, data, and argumentation, what should be focused on and where the EU action will concentrate in the coming years. So finally, then I go to the key aims of the agenda. Against this background, and consultation, position papers, Eurobarometer, different fora of exchanging with the actors. The two aims of the agenda are: we need to enhance multi-level governance and cooperation between cities and different governance levels by better integrating cities' interest into the EU policy making. So this is really among the flagship and spearhead. How do we better integrate concerns and needs of cities in EU policy making? And the second aim is more, let's say, acknowledging the internal Commission cuisine, if I may use such a quotidian word, meaning that over the years we have come up with a plethora of different EU initiatives, and they are very necessary. The Commission services, we want to support cities on the ground in the implementation of the EU priorities. But possibly this landscape is now a bit too complex for city authorities and actors to navigate. And that's why the second aim is about streamlining, consolidating our support to cities. From these aims, we have three groupings or clusters of actions. I will quickly visit them all very briefly, keep on the time. So first is dialogue, simplification, capacity building, and finally the investment. So the agenda now will put in place continuous dialogue with actors. And when I say actors, the priority is cities, elected mayors, and also urban practitioners who work in city administrations. And already this year, we will start with the first annual high-level political dialogue, to which elected mayors will be invited, and this dialogue will be obviously hosted by our political leaders and Executive Vice President Fitto. We need to agree on the topics. The process is now in its starting phase. Just to say that these dialogues are not just exchanges for what are just the needs and challenges. There is a goal. The goal is to address issues that the cities consider that are bottlenecks, that are difficulties, that are causing, for instance, regulatory trade-offs in a place-based territory of the city. So there is a really ambition to improve the EU policy making. Such high-level political dialogues, they will be, we have to decide, either followed or preceded with more targeted technical consultations, and this will happen annually. And here we will build on the expertise of urban practitioners, city networks, urban agenda partnerships, experts like ESPON. So all these details are now in a kind of finalization and thinking how we go about rolling out this continuous dialogue activity. We will certainly continue, evidently, regular exchanges with EU institutions. European Parliament, European Urban Forum is an important actor for us, as well as, of course, Regi Committee, European Committee of the Regions, and other fora that we have in our use. Cities Forum will be an annual, biennial, every 2 years, organized event, and we have now, yesterday, opened the call for the next host city. It will take place 2027, most likely in the springtime before the summer period. And finally, on the dialogues, I want to draw your attention that we, Commission side, want to make the State of the European Cities report. Some of you might remember that dates back maybe now 10 years. The first edition came out as a regular exercise. Our thinking is that it should become kind of a mini cohesion report that feeds into the evidence base and gives pointers to the policy making at all levels. So
we need to come to an end.
I have to come to the end. So see, we have a lot to do in our agenda action plan. And on simplification and capacity building, I mentioned this. Many instruments, more than 50. I think it is now, the number is somewhere 80 plus in our EU cities web portal. That was already launched, and this was a very important undertaking to get all initiatives in one place and provide cities and local administrators information how to find and so on. We will improve this, and we will work forward for the next version. European Urban Initiative is in the center of the agenda delivery. There will be the next call soon out on innovative actions for smaller cities, particularly 60 billion for 30 projects. And interestingly, we are looking forward, European Urban Initiative, to set up a specific cities help desk, kind of a more human dimension that cities can really build on and connect to when they are looking forward for specific support. But I think I would like to conclude now with the most important message, and this slide and the next one is the ambition. So until now I was explaining current MFF, what we are doing what can we do still in this period. So it was about dialogues in place, it's about EU cities portal in place, and so on. But the main, how to say, the big vehicle of this cities agenda will be the further consolidation of the instruments under the EU cities platform. And when I see the EU cities platform, this is not a portal. This is going to be a joint working place for Commission services, I already said 20 plus, vis-à-vis European cities. And this visual here, it aims to give an idea of the different services. The aim is to have a full life cycle from strategic planning to capacity building to building investment pipelines of projects. Considering using the successful EU missions approach, maybe in a certain thematic areas. The agenda document itself, it has more details on this, and importantly, to have a dedicated finance and funding window together with European Investment Bank, and looking how we can have an all-in-one place for cities. And very final sentence, Hilmar, our moderator, because investment. Let's conclude on this concerning issue, as the speakers already flagged up. Agenda document, it has a very carefully crafted sentence, and the sentence is copied here. It sends a message to EU member states and regions. They are encouraged to step up the ambition in the resourcing of the urban strategies. And this formulation refers exactly to the 12% of ERDF, 24 billion under the current period. Stepping up is the message, and that is something that should feed into the discussions of the MFF at all levels, also at the national member state levels.
Thank you very much, Pia. We gave you some additional minutes to explore on this broader picture, and Ivan, you will forgive me that I, on my own behalf, changed a series of presentations because I think the overall picture is important to know. If we look at the third question on the Slido again, I think you will have a takeaway right away for the earmarking for the next funding period. 3/4 of the participants clearly say definitely we need a compulsory urban earmarking. I have some doubts as an urban practitioner, Pia, and this is maybe a message you can convey to your commission and also the cross-cutting urban discussion on urban issues. That we really need that much advice. I had the feeling also with our presentation from Rome, they know pretty well what to do with the funds. And we need probably more funds and less advice. That is at least the German perception, because we also have national entities to advise on what to do, to research on that, be it our German Institute for Urbanism as a part of the German Association of Cities, be it ANCI in Italy, be it all the other city representing organizations organized in the CMR, be it Eurocities with its strong big cities as members. So maybe sometimes I have the feeling less advice and more space to maneuver. And this message makes that very clear that we need a quota and we need the funds to work with this quota. Ivan has been actively involved in the drafting and finalization of the Urdico study. As Massimo, he is an urban sociologist, at least a sociologist, if I'm right, you're the urban sociologist. And you hold a position as a program expert in the URB-ACT program, and you're the vice chair of the European Network for Housing Research. That means you are our knowledge pool for today. For all who just talk, you know what you talk about. And please introduce to us the key findings of the study and your also personal scientific perception of what is going on. And, well, it's a kind of real-life laboratory, because in Hungary, you experience very directly what centralization and the turning off of a kind of urban austerity means in practical terms. Let us know what your perception is, Ivan.
Can you turn on my presentation?
Yes, we will be hooking on the presentation right away. Our technical staff is eager to find Ivan Tosic's presentation. But
here we are. So,
go.
Hello everybody. After 1 year of intense work, I am happy to show some results. Here are the 8 cities which were involved in Urdico. You can see that there are 3 Eastern European capitals. Then there are 3 cities from Northwestern Europe, which are smaller, not capital cities, and 2 cities from Southern Europe. So it's a quite diverse combination of different cities. It was possible to get all the aspects of the urban dimension of cohesion policy. This slide is well known. The urban dimension was quite young. It started in 2014, not least because of the Polish presidency at that time and the strong push of Poland for giving more role for regions and cities. And then it evolved between 21-27. So these are the different articles which earmarked money for cities. But I think equally important was the whole methodology of sustainable urban development and the push that cities should get a word in cohesion policy. So, in fact, the city's influence in cohesion policy depends on the quality of multi-level governance. And here I will bring a few examples from our research, which probably you know, but these examples were extremely important and positive examples for our research. I mean, our research was partly qualitative and partly quantitative, and I will now talk first about the qualitative results. We approached all the 8 cities with detailed questionnaires. We organized policy labs. We talked with key people from the municipality and beyond in the given city, how they see their involvement in cohesion policy. And let's see some very interesting and concrete examples. Here is Strasbourg, for example. Strasbourg, which works on a kind of metropolitan level, Eurometropole Strasbourg. So not the city only, is a good example that you should adjust your cooperation to the reality. And they also got an intermediary body role to allocate EU money. And then it makes possible that the mayor of Strasbourg says that we have to address the urgency of climate change. So if the mayor is really responsible for the urban territory beyond the city, and the mayor has a freedom to put the priorities of her city on the agenda and get EU funding for that, then I think that it is one of the good examples of multi-level governance. I only have one picture about Florence. The Italian case is one of the most interesting and best perpetuation of integrated thinking. The city has got a lot of money. We will see it in one of the tables. The city was able to link this money to strategic projects. I don't go into the details because this presentation will be shown in more details. But then there are also other approaches, and this is the beauty of European urban dimension. In Ghent, the city from the beginning on started the integrated neighborhood approach, put the investments, the EU investments, on the neighborhood level and designed the European, the use of European money in discussion with the people of the neighborhood and creating fantastic projects. Or another example is Rotterdam, where they having an extraordinary role in cohesion policy, being a managing authority, which is the only one city of the 8 which has got this role. And they concentrated the EU money on the poorest area of Rotterdam, South Rotterdam. We usually say This is on the bad side of the river, the wrong side of the river where poorer people are living. And they were able to create fantastic opportunities for those very multicultural residents of this neighborhood, which they'd never had before. Not to talk about Poland, which is one of the most innovative examples of ITI. All the regional capitals are compulsorily making their plans beyond the city border in a functional urban area setting, and being able to negotiate the use of EU funds in this setting. And I can tell you from the perspective of Hungary, it is really interesting to see how this cooperation developed by time. First, you can find only win-win projects where you negotiate about bike lanes across the city border. But later, as the trust develops between the different mayors, you can go to more difficult projects as well. Of course, not everything is positive. And this slide shows the changes in national cohesion policy approaches, because finally, the support for cities goes through the lens of the national government. The national governments decide the priorities, and you can see that in many countries, from 2014-20 towards 21-27, a kind of centralization happened. The prime example of that is Hungary, but also in the case of Belgium, Czech Republic, Spain, you can see this, and a minority of cities could keep their position or could even increase their power. And it is also a big difference between the cities to what extent they are involved in cohesion policy. You can see that a few cities are only consulted and not really involved into the determination of the plans and into the implementation. But there are a few cities which really have an important role in cohesion policy. This is the table, what we managed to get after 1 year of very hard work. It was almost impossible to get comparable data from cities. The national level has different data, the cities have different data, the cities have different responsibilities. So for us who wanted to get comparable results, we wanted to collect those amounts of money which depend from the city, the allocation. And we have to make a understanding that some cities own hospitals, own schools, and they might get money for that. Other cities don't own hospitals, don't own schools. So to get comparable results about the cities is quite difficult. I don't go into the details of this table. You can talk hours about the results, but for example, the amount Florence has got from ERDF or from Recovery Fund is standing out. And it is also interesting to see that some richer cities in the Western Hemisphere, they almost got nothing from EU, but they are using it quite innovatively. So if we look at Ghent or Rotterdam or Strasbourg, their per capita EU support is really low compared to other cities. And obviously, as a result of that, the weight of EU budget into the municipal budget is very, very different. The three outstanding cities are the cohesion policy cities, the eastern capital cities, but even then, the changes from 2014-20 to 21-27 is striking. And here you can see that how little meaning of cohesion policy is at first approach in the Western European cities. It is quite low percentage of the budget compared to their municipal budget. Of course, it is not only the structural funds. They are funds which are directly accessible for cities, and these are important, although their amounts of money are quite less than the previous ones. They are allocated directly by the European Commission, usually based on a competition based. EUI is one of the good examples of that. I will only show two examples of such projects. The Ghent Icarus project is one of the outstanding examples where the aim of energy efficient renovation of housing is linked to social processes, and many housing units could be renovated. And this is also an example where you made a project, an EUI, and then you mainstreamed into cohesion policy, which is a dream, I think, of the European Commission. Yeah? And the second example is Budapest, and I am very happy to be able to show at least one example of Budapest, which is a good example, even under the present quite difficult conditions in Hungary, a very innovative project about transforming an empty standing school building into housing, and then building up the method, and there are already many other projects in the pipeline to do the same. And I can tell you that this is really important because if we talk about affordable housing, it's not sure that for only building of very costly new housing for the middle class, this will solve affordable housing problems. I think it is much better if you try to look around what you have and how can you turn these into housing units. The recovery fund was not especially part of our project, but we had a look, and we were asked also by ESPON to take the recovery fund into account. We tried to collect all the available information, and there the picture is quite differentiated. There are some countries, first and foremost Italy, where the recovery fund, due to its extraordinary amount of money, but also a kind of wise policy making, it was used in a positive way, and cities were more or less included into the planning. And as Raffaele told between the lines, the cities have now difficulty to spend the money by time. It is so much money. And also Spain shows some traces of this kind of positive approach. On the other hand, unfortunately, in other countries, the experience was that the national level thought that this is their money, and there is no need for a substantial discussion with the cities about that. In many countries, the cities simply don't know how much money it was and how much money they get, and this money flows between cohesion policy and recovery fund from one moment to the other. So in the other countries, basically the understanding of the recovery fund was not positive at all. And then it comes to the question, and these are my last slides, because we were asked, okay, you made an evaluation, you made an overview, you collected information from city officials, you collected data, but what can you tell about that, from that, for the next cohesion policy? You remember the first slide was cohesion policy 14-20, 21-27. What will be the next one? And so we have to formulate our understanding. First of all, we have to say that in the last two budget periods, one of the most important development of EU was the inclusion of cities. And it is not only about the money. It was already emphasized many times here that not the money counts, but that the cities become real players in a multi-annual, in a multi-level governance framework. They are involved. They can contribute with ideas. And I think the lessons from Italy was very important here, because the ministries couldn't have spent the money what they got by themselves. They had no clue what to do. And then the cities helped them to really bring up good ideas. So we would say that decentralization involving cities worked very well. Subsidiarity, this is the real importance of subsidiarity. You have to give the rights to the local level where they know the best what to do. And obviously the local level should also consider the areas around the city themselves. In fact, I think Urdico proves that cities can become reliable partners in cohesion policy programming and implementation through different roles what they can get, for example, managing authority or intermediary body or ITI. ITI was a brilliant tool to involve cities in cohesion policy. What are the conditions for such a rosy picture? Multi-level governance, dedicated EU funding, and access to technical assistance resources. This table shows that these changes were not equal across the 8 cities. I will not go into the details.
No, we may not.
Yeah. And let's turn to some conclusions. So first of all, centralization versus decentralization. the example of majority of cities shows that their involvement in cohesion policy was positive and contributed to the development of the country as well. It was very important that some instruments like ITI proved to be very useful, not only because of the metropolitan approach, but also an integrated thinking was suggested. Administrative capacity, some cities are struggling, but if you have a challenge and if you have a good political leadership, then the administrative capacity can be improved. We saw many institutional innovations in cities. We don't have time now to go there, dedicated EU office or many other approaches. And finally, the synergies between the different funds, this was not really optimal, and the recovery fund really created a problem. So what are then the ideas for the next cohesion policy period, the multi-annual financial framework? We see that the multi-annual financial framework proposal has some positive elements. It argues for simplification, for a more flexible approach, and it mentions, at least on the level of words, partnership and multi-level governance. However, the cities have the impression that these sentences are not perpetuated in compulsory or legally defined regulations. There is a risk that if it is a purely national decision about the next programming period, then those developments which developed in the last two programming periods, and I tried to show you how it developed and became really important, they can be lost. As the mayor of Ghent said, not all nice countries have nice central governments. So this is our problem, and he is the president of Eurocities, so he has to know this, that this is clear. So therefore, the next MFF should take this risk into account, and here are at least three bullet points, the last 3 bullet points, that the role of the cities and regions should be strengthened in the next MFF, and not only in implementing, so here is the money, spend it, but in the conceptualization, drafting as well. A direct and formalized role of cities should be not only suggested, and we appreciate the agenda for cities, but we still don't see those mechanisms which would make it compulsory for the national government level to do something, but explicitly defined and required. And it should be really a push for the national governments to include territorial and urban actors in concrete ways, through concrete compulsory urban chapters and maintaining increasing urban earmarking. And then a last bullet point, it is difficult to get data from cities. So something has to be found out on the EU level, and maybe in this regard, the ideas of the agenda for cities are very good, to give more organized way to European, national, and city level how to go to comparative data. So I hope I gave a short overview for you about it. It was a learning process for us. The 8 cities worked together fine, and I think that these ideas are important. Thank you.
Köszönöm szépen, Ivan. Thank you very much. You have all the study at hand. The findings can be conveyed also to the regional and national governments. It is not a 3-digit study, but less than 50 pages, so let's make use of that. What became very clear is maybe, well, the mandate, give us a mandate at the local level and give us the funds. I can only reiterate that, and I'm sure that Massimo, as I said before, an urban sociologist as well, also, you have been active at the Sapienza, I learned, and Sapienza means knowledge, that's good for the cities, that Anci
but a few time ago, so
builds on knowledge, and you are maybe also at least partly a savior of these funds, be they EU funds or the national funds, but because we learned that Italian government has supplemented the EU funds by its own funds, if I'm correct, from yesterday's talk. And we share with you, you share with us your experiences in the disbursement of funds, its effectiveness, maybe also the backlogs in the cities themselves, critical self-evaluation. But we are eager to hear now a little bit more on the practical side, how ANCI, Italy, and the member cities gained best profit from the recovery fund, and also an outlook on what you expect from the next period to come.
Sure. Thank you, Hilmar, and also thank you for coming by train and saving CO2 for us. And next time I suggest you to continue your travel. You make a stop in Rome, then go to Sicily. We have a beautiful train night train going to Sicily. That's
we'll do so.
For the next time. We had the meeting just with the National Operating Program for Metropolitan Cities in Palermo just 1 month ago, and I went by train. It was beautiful. So, and I have to tell you that I start speaking in English, so I prove that I speak some English, then I will skip to Italian, so to show my appreciation for the provision of a translation service. And I also want really to say thank you to the Urdico teams for organizing this meeting and for the huge research work they made. We at ANCI has participated just as observers, but we engaged in intense debate with Urdico team, and there is really a lot of food for thought, as we saw now in the presentation by Ivan. È il momento in cui io...
And now I turn to Italian, and there will be a translation into English, so I will go into further details of the issues at stake. Well, it is all too clear from Ivan's presentation that the result, the major evidence emerging from Urdico research, being the diversity that we may observe on the urban dimension of the cohesion policy in the different national contexts. This is very, very interesting for ANCI. We are the National Association of Italian Municipalities, and as such, we do represent all the Italian municipalities of all sizes, not just the cities, but in Italy we have some 8,000 municipalities. More than 50% of these municipalities have in terms of inhabitants, less than 5,000 inhabitants, which means that our association not just represents urban areas, but local administrations of mountain areas, of rural areas, and suburban or extra-urban places. Now, according to Urdico evidence, I have to say that this evidence is useful not just for urban areas, but generally speaking, this evidence is useful to support us and help us in representing the needs of local administrations and local governments when it comes to public investments and applying the cohesion policy. Raffaele this morning provided you with information about Rome, but Rome is not an isolated case. It's no doubt a good practice, but the transformation that Rome has been going through over these years is the sum of European investments invest for Rome, and this also is true of all other Italian municipalities. Ivan's presentation has pointed to the case of Florence, which is very similar to what is happening in Rome. We in Italy, we have been testing, we have been seeing the results of two good practices when it comes to using European funds. And in our understanding, these two good practices need to be known and enhanced. The National Operational Plan for Metropolitan Cities has even said this program has allowed cities to take up the role of intermediate bodies and to plan and spend autonomously, independently, 3 billion euros package in the period 2021-2027, and this sum has been more than doubled as compared to what had been budgeted in the programming period 2014-2020, because this program has involved just the 14 largest cities in Italy, proved to be a program that seems to be working very well and bearing fruits, even more than the so-called traditional cohesion policy programs. And this is the reason why, under the current programming period 2021-2027, this program has been enlarged to some medium-sized cities of southern Italy. The second best practice is the NRP, funded by the European Recovery Facility Fund, and in Italy, this is unique in Europe. It covers 193 billion euros when it comes to allocating the results. Out of 193 billion, more than 40 billion have been earmarked for European municipalities to develop housing projects, public transportation projects, city regeneration, digitization, culture, and many other projects. Now, these two programs, recovery and the Metropolitan City Operational Program, OP, have few traits in common. The most important one for us being that the resources are earmarked directly and allocated directly to municipalities and cities. The institutional channel that is very, very long, that goes through the European Commission, the national governments, the regions, and finally to the cities and municipalities. Well, this channel has been reduced through direct earmarking of resources. The second element being to identify physical targets and milestones, not just financial ones. And this has been a sort of revolution, a small revolution for public administrations in Italy, because this has allowed to measure the implementation of programs not just based on formal administrative acts, but based on physical transformation. And so far, the Italian municipalities have complied with and are complying with all the targets and milestones in the NRRP, even including the most difficult ones. If we think of that to date, the Italian metropolitan cities have planted, as that committed 4.5 million trees on their territory in Italy. And this is a target that few thought would be viable before launching the NRRP. The third success story for these programs is the strong centralized support for municipalities, because centralization is not always a bad thing. Centralization can be negative if it doesn't give decision-making space to local administrations. But when centralization means centralized support, it can prove to be very positive. Within the recovery plan in Italy, the national government, using its agency called Invitalia, has supported all the Italian municipalities, especially the smaller simplest one in public contracts, in public tenders. Over a few weeks or very few days, this has allowed to complete hundreds of public tenders and public contracts that instead would have required months and months in order to be completed. Now, starting off from this good practice, the Italian mayors, and she serves as a representative platform, have developed their agenda for the cohesion policy, for the CP, asking for strengthening and reinforcing these positive elements. This agenda has been submitted to Vice President Fito and has been taken into account when we were consulted for the development of EU agenda. And some elements can be found in the proposal for the next programming period for the next MFF and multi-annual financial framework. And this can be seen also in the EU cities agenda as prepared by the European Commission. No doubt, there's still much to be done. The debate is going on, and ANCI fully shares the need for strengthening even more the role of cities and towns in when it comes to implementing the future cities policy. And it is with this approach and considering these contents that we have participated in Urdico path, and we are continuing to participate when it comes to dialoguing about the future of the cohesion policy. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Massimo, for these insights. Let us briefly have a look at the fourth Slido, because we asked for, we asked for the themes, the issues to be covered, and it becomes very obvious. There's a parallelity in view. Housing is obviously the most striking issue. But if we look at housing, my personal message is do not intermingle with the national programs, but look after housing issues which are European issues. And that is labor migration, that is homeless, and the homeless issue, which does not know boundaries, and that is students. These three make up a large proportion of the housing issue. But beyond that, this particular issue, I think the messages became clear of these three presentations. We need to convey the message to the EU level that we want to negotiate from the cities at eye height with the EU. We don't need a transmitter necessarily by the national governments. We use it in Germany and it works out properly depending on the respective ministry. But we need to operate at eyesight. We don't need that much guidance, but we need space to maneuver. The message to our national governments, I think, and Italy profited from these activities of the Italian cities quite a lot, I believe. So it's the first time that I have the feeling we should look to the south rather from Germany in order to see how funds are being dispersed in a pretty short period of time compared to funds in Germany. And the message to the national governments is hear the voices of the cities and make them having their place at the negotiation table in Brussels themselves. And the message to all of us is we need to join hands with Eurocities, with the Council of European Municipalities and Regions, CMR, with our city associations, with representative cities themselves in order to raise our voice and get the themes, the 8% minimum, and the respective programs in line, in view, and I mentioned that before, of all the competing issues which the EU has to take care of. But if we want the EU to maintain or even to improve its stay amongst the civil society, we need to deliver. And one way of delivery we have experienced yesterday, and also with your presentation, Massimo, thank you very much, and also with the cross-cutting study you participated in and conducted, Ivan, thank you very much also for that, is that if the cities have the means at hand, they even overcome their other political and personnel obstacles and are willing and able to deliver. We need to deliver if we want to maintain the level of acceptance and even improve it again of the EU as such, of public entities, of public administrations, and the endangered democratic structures in many of our member states can only improve if we prove, yes, we can deliver, and we improve lives on site in a foreseeable time period. That is it for the first session. And I hope you took some takeaways with you for the rest of the day. Forgive us for being too long, but we blame Europe for that. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move very quickly to the next session. We are running some 20 minutes behind schedule, but I'm sure we can manage to recover time. I'm Pietro Reviglio, Policy and Research Advisor at Eurocity, so it's my great pleasure to moderate this next session on evidence and policy recommendations coming from the ESPON Urdico study. I would invite the researchers and stakeholders from the first slot on centralization versus decentralization to join me on the stage, please. Well, this session, it's quite important for us as Eurocities. Maybe just a few words before we dig into the content. For Eurocities, this study is extremely important. We were actually behind this study quite a bit as stakeholders, of course, but together with Budapest, we were the ones, let's say, drafting the proposal, and we were the ones thinking about the need to have a more evidence-based approach about the urban dimension of cohesion policy, and we maybe put forward some very challenging research questions for the research team, but we were really hoping to contribute to this debate about the future of the EU budget with evidence from the ground that shows how cities are benefiting from cohesion policy. So the ESPON work, the ESPON targeted analysis work very much on the basis of case studies. So it's great that following Ivan's broad presentation, we can dig a bit deeper. So we will look at three main aspects in this session. We will have 3 slots with the 8 case study cities. We will start with the first slot, which is going to be about the big dilemma, decentralization versus centralization, and we will try to see how actually national government have translated the provisions provided by the European institutions, and they translated it in different ways of providing support for cities through cohesion policy. We will then go to the next slot, which is going to be about the instruments that cities have used to implement these funds, and we will finish with the last slot, which is going to be about administrative capacity, and so how cities have managed these funds, how they their administration have evolved to manage these funds. So I don't want to take too much time, so I will jump straight to the first speaker of this slot, and we will start with Martin, that will tell us about the case of Rotterdam. Rotterdam, as Ivan mentioned, is, well, the only managing authority in this group, and one of the few managing authorities that are cities in cohesion policy. So Martin, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I see my presentation is there, perfect. So first, an introduction. I'm Martijn de Bruin, the Urdico expert for Rotterdam. So I only have a few minutes to present Rotterdam, so please have a look at the report if you're interested and want to know more. At the very first slide, the slide that you already saw, it's the idea of the differences between the cities in the Urdico project. So here we have Rotterdam, which is actually really solidly decentralized. We also have Prague, which had an evolution from a decentralized to a more centralized system. And finally also Budapest, which was already centralized and became even more centralized. So I will focus on Rotterdam. So what does that actually mean in the case of Rotterdam being a decentralized system on the cohesion policy? It has been mentioned already several times. Rotterdam is a managing authority, which is a quite unique position. And it's perhaps even more unique than that, because it's not just the city being the managing authority for itself, for its own city. It is the managing authority for actually the half of the Netherlands, almost officially a quarter. But it's the West Netherlands program, ERDF program, which consists of 8 main partners, 4 cities and also 4 provinces. And so it is Rotterdam that is managing all this in a partnership, in a participatory way, which you can see to the right. It's not easy, don't try this at home necessarily, but it works. On top of that, Rotterdam also became an intermediate body for the 2 just transition plans in the current period. One of those who is within the boundaries, more or less, of the city of Rotterdam, but the other one is actually closer to Amsterdam. So also here it is Rotterdam who is the managing authority, or the intermediate body, and in the lead. But it's not only about cohesion policy that gives this decentralization. It's also about the support from the national government, actually. And just to name a few very specific things in the Netherlands, there is an urban envoy, which is actually a position within the ministry that was created in the run-up of the Pact of Amsterdam that gave us the urban agenda for the EU, where there is a person that actually can speak both for the national level, but also for cities in Europe. So a real sort of multi-level function in itself, which is also quite unique in Europe. Another thing that is important is that there's a multi-level working group really for position making on new Commission proposals. And also here, city representatives or the Association of Dutch Municipalities is a standard member. So here, cities and municipalities are at the table of these important discussions. And there's also a national EU knowledge center specifically dedicated to subnational government. So it has a website and other support. So there is a real structure set up. So what does this give as results? I think most of all, there is a program that is very relevant for cities, because Rotterdam was steering this. So it's not only city priorities, there is a focus on neighborhoods that is unique in this program in the Netherlands. But also, for example, all investments on innovation are also really focused towards city needs. It also gave room for experimentation. So Rotterdam has a ERDF and ESF urban ITI. It started this period an urban community-led local development. There's a one-stop shop. There are revolving funds. The latest one actually focused on social entrepreneurs. And Rotterdam sits at the table and can bring its experience to the national and European level. And on top of that, I think there is a clear flow, a spillover effect of these competencies to other parts of the city, which means that Rotterdam is actually also very capable in getting other projects. However, also in the Netherlands, there are challenges. So decentralization is not always consistent. Even in the Netherlands, it's a continuous fight. Some of the examples were especially the Recovery and Resilience Fund, which was very centralized. Some examples of this result were that, for example, there was a top-down decision to abandon the ERDF and ESF integration, even though the city itself thought that it was actually quite a good idea and working. Not only ERDF colleagues, but also ESF colleagues mentioned this. And our funding for Rotterdam, it is there, but the city did not have anything to say on the priorities, and actually there's a quite low visibility of the funds being spent in Rotterdam. Also, complex managing solutions are sometimes applied, not really needed, not really super efficient for the city, and there is a question of minimum level of funding that is needed. You can be managing authority, but if the funding is not there and you cannot make a meaningful program, sort of everything stops. So that's one of the challenges that they also continue to try to work with. Though these policy recommendations, they literally follow from these challenges. There are only 5 and they're interlinked, of course. So one recommendation is for the central level to really give time for cities, for have this policy integration to work on the ground. Evolve cities also actually always as a reflex in EU programs, not only once in a while, but there's actually added value to do that always. And the reason to do that always is that, especially in the case of Rotterdam, it has proven that cities are very capable. I think Rotterdam is arguably the best or the most experienced and very capable managing authorities in the Netherlands. And so not because it's a city that it couldn't do that. Use as much as possible also this existing capability that is there in Rotterdam and in other regions to make sure that this knowledge is also not lost, and keep EU funding also accessible to all these regions, because it was said before, if this goes to a too low level, you cannot really have a program, you cannot really have meaningful projects, but at the same time it would also mean perhaps a loss of sustainable development policy methodologies.
Thank you very much, Martijn. Very, very interesting. Now we move to Hans from the city of Rotterdam. I mean, from your point of view, I mean, you've been experiencing 2 periods as managing authorities. What is the impact? 3. Well, what is the impact for you?
Yeah, well, I think it's important to stress that we do this not on behalf of just ourselves, but it's a partnership of 4 cities and 4 regions. But at the same time, it's not just at the regional local level, it is also in close cooperation with the national government. So it's not that we operate in splendid isolation, but it's about multi-level governance from the beginning till the end. And obviously in that part is also the European Commission, because it's shared programming. So, I mean, it's not just we deciding, it's also the Commission that has to say something about that. And but that is one of the crucial parts of being a managing authority. You are able to directly negotiate with the Commission and discuss what is important. And as Ivan was saying, and then I'm coming back to the local level, Ivan was telling about the projects on the wrong side of the river. I think we would say it's on the right side of the river, even if it's the left bank. But there is where the challenges are and where we can make the best use of the European funding on those priorities. So, I mean, it helps you to do that as a managing authority. It also helps you to do that if unforeseen circumstances, so as, for instance, you have the RRF, and in the Netherlands, a lot of these elements, priorities we had in our programs were all of a sudden included in RRF, and the project promoters prefer to be fully funded by the RRF rather than have to do co-financing through ERDF. It means you have to reprogram. But it also means then you are on the spot and you can make sure that you do that in time and you identify what would be the other opportunities to focus at and not lose the overall focus of your program. So that is also a very important issue. And I think that is also the key for the future, that if we look into the debates, and of course we see all the time new people at the table who have not experienced the last program period. As I said, we already in our third mandate as managing authority. It's also the managing authority. The head of the managing authority himself is there from the start, so we know exactly what is going on, and that really helps in getting the best program possible and to also deliver the best results. So we have a small program relative. We have 200 million. We don't have 1.3 billion like Rome, but still we are at 96% of commitment already. So, I mean, it shows that if you do this together and you bring all forces, local, regional, together, and you manage that properly, you can have a good program and reach also the necessary results. So I think that is the most important. And I gave 2 minutes of my time to Martijn. So if you want to cut now, it's also fine. Eh?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hans, for that. I mean, I'm always impressed when I read about Rotterdam and how you're using these funds and the impact that it has on the specific neighborhood that you've been targeting. It's quite interesting. Well, we moved to Prague, to Ludek, and well, Prague used to be a managing authority, and it's no longer a managing authority. So it would be very interesting to hear a bit about this evolution and what you've found out through this year of research. So please, the floor is yours.
So, Luděk Sikora, I'm a professor of social geography at Charles University in Prague. In my presentation, I'll focus on Prague and specifically on Prague metropolitan area because we rarely do empirical studies of the metropolitan areas. First, I'll focus on the national framework for the cohesion policy. Nationally, we have 10 operational programs. All are managed from the national level. From these 10, 6 are extensively used by the local authorities at the city level and by the regional authorities. One of them is integrated regional operational program, which until 2013 had the managing authorities on the regional level, but since then, in the past 2 programming periods, it's nationally coordinated. And these operational programs fund all over the country tens of thousands of projects, most of them used by the local authorities. So we have a centralized framework, but the use is very localized. In the previous programming period, the City of Prague acted as a managing authority of operational program Prague Growth Pole of the Czech Republic. It has lost its role in the current planning period. In the previous planning period, it acted as a holder of the ITI for the Prague metropolitan area, and it's still acting as the holder of ATIs. The ATIs in the Czech Republic strengthened. They are seen as a tool for the decentralization of supporting the urban dimension. We have more ITIs than in the previous period, and more funding goes to the ITIs. So the country we can see as a centralized national framework with the ITI as the instrument for decentralization. But if you look on the finances, it's not as strong as we would imagine. Concerning the governance of cohesion policy in Prague metropolitan area, the area as a whole has a 2.3 million population with 1.4 million, about 2/3 in the city of Prague. It has extremely fragmented governance. We have nearly 500 municipalities, each of them with the elected governments. Prague, the city in the center, is a local government, municipal government, at the same time a region. All the municipalities outside is another region. And Prague is also composed of 57 local government boroughs. There has been national reform which intended institutionalized metropolitan cooperation, but it failed, mostly due to the objections by the regional governments. There is quite important internal inequality in co-financing. Prague is a more developed region and 60% of finances has to go from the local and national resources. While this is not the case in the outside of Prague, where there is the transition region. And this creates some kind of the little tensions. There's weak alignment between city and regional strategies because both City of Prague and the region have their own strategies and European cohesion policy objectives. We have the integrated strategy for ITI of Prague metropolitan area, but I have to say that it's a specific tool to draw European funds. It helps very much for the metropolitan cooperation, so it extends the city and the regional agendas, but it's complementary to the strategies. Concerning funding, there's a large number of projects with wide spectrum of beneficiaries, and low proportion of finances goes to local and regional government beneficiaries. And this includes also the organization established by the city, region, local governments. In 2020, in Prague metropolitan area, we had over 13,000 projects. Nearly half of them went to the local and regional government beneficiaries, but in terms of the finance, it was about 17%. This huge number includes a small beneficiaries, like schools, kindergartens, very small operations. So there's a huge decentralization of the use of the European funds. So from the 17% of funds, which goes to local regional governments and their established organizations, and these are the graphs on the right, a smaller number went to the integrated projects through the ITI. Major part went to the individual project submitted by the individual local governments or the local government organizations. So altogether only 3% of all funds went through the ITI. If we take into account also the OP Prague growth pool managed by the city of Prague, it will be about 6-7% from the total. So the rest 94%, that's the national operational programs directly going to the beneficiaries in the local place. In the current period, nearly 7,000 projects financed, half of the government beneficiaries, 27% of finance goes through the government beneficiaries, and of these, 8% from the total goes through the ITI. So 8% can be related to, let's say, city or in this case, metropolitan development strategies. The graphs in between, they show that there is quite disproportion in the funds per capita, so much, much larger in suburban areas. These three columns on the right, they are according to individual funds, ERDF, ESF, and Cohesion Fund in the suburbs, those on the left to the city. You can see the change that in the current period there is much funding from the Cohesion Fund to the city of Prague. That's because there is not such high contribution from the local resources. If you look on the achievements, Czechia has well-functioning, effective structure of organization of European Union cohesion policy, so it's established. It has a functional organization structure for integrated planning in metropolitan area, for Prague metropolitan area. Prague uses skills and competencies which has acquired as managing authority to support beneficiaries in the city of Prague. And concerning challenges and policy recommendations which we formulated together, the city of Prague and Prague metropolitan area needs to make strategic planning more functional in terms of reflecting the priorities in the cohesion policy and traditionally strengthen the coordination between strategic and spatial planning. On the national level, more reflect the specific role of cities in the national operational program, sustain the established integrated instruments, and reform local government system to institutionalize metropolitan governance. Concerning the European Union, utilize the established integrated instruments, adjust parameters for cohesion policy, spending more developed regions, and decrease the large difference between more developed and transition regions. If I could say something for the end as an expert of this study, I would very much emphasize that we need long-term and comprehensive evaluation of the use of the European programs and European funds in urban and metropolitan development. At the present time, we have the evaluation of the national level, little bit with some of the regional impact, but it's mostly focused on the procedural aspect, not on the assessment of the territorial impact. This is missing, and this is what I would really emphasize.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ludek. A very, very important last message. I think you can count on Eurocity's support to push for that evidence-based approach. So hopefully we can work on that together. But Oldrich, I mean, from your point of view, I mean, you've been working in actually the delivery of these funds on the ground for quite some time. So it would be great to hear a bit what are your reaction from what Ludek has just presented, and what is the impact for you of these funds for the city of Prague?
From point of view of impact, the amount is quite short, let's say, and constrained with a lot of extra rules. The situation of centralizations and decentralizations has changed, and of course now Prague position how to influence the support through the European funding in Prague has worsened, but not in a previous programming period. The situation was, let's say, far from ideal, and because the ability to tailor our program for city needs was not constrained just by the European rules, of course, but even with by the strong pressure on innovations, which nothing against innovations, but and it looks pretty well on a paper, but it's in practice it's sometimes quite difficult. For example, in the field of energy efficiency of buildings, we were not allowed to apply measures which were applied in the rest of the state. So we had to figure out more complex projects, which of course cost more money and bring up additional administrative burdens. Speaking of costs, and I think that the issue of co-financing in the last programming period, the co-financing was 50-50, and even under this arrangement, we got often in discussions with Prague representatives, politicians, and beneficiaries that there is some kind of imbalance between how much money we put in and how big is our ability to tailor and focus on our needs. In current programming period in ERDF, the co-financing rate is 60-40, and for the next programming period, according the multi-annual financial frame draft, is that this ratio is gonna stay not only for ERDF but for whole funds. For example, Cohesion Fund, which is very important for development of Prague. And I'm afraid that we are getting, if you take into account all the transaction costs and all the additional conditions, we are getting to the threshold where the funding-based financing stops being attractive, which is something nobody wishes.
Thank you very much. That's very important. I mean, the situation, especially for more developed region, for cities in more developed region, is very complex. And I think you're not the only one who shares this problem. I think many of our cities that are usually more developed region have this problem when it comes to co-financing. And I think it would be very important to keep EU funding attractive. And you have, of course, our support to push advocating for more favorable conditions, and especially if you give so much resources for co-financing, you should at least be one of the driving forces of the priorities behind this investment. So that's quite important. So thanks for that. We move now to Judith, who will tell us about Budapest, another very interesting case, maybe on the extreme, of unfortunately on the negative side, but Judith, the floor is yours to tell us a bit more.
Thank you. So I'm Judith Kamen. I'm here with the Metropolitan Research Institute team on Urdiko. So yes, we are talking about Budapest, which, as you saw in that graph, is really at the one extreme end of this decentralization and centralization scale. So Budapest is a city that's a very strong one. Economically, it's almost 40% of Hungary's GDP that's coming from Budapest. It has also almost 20% of Hungary's population. So it's not only a capital, but it's really a very significant city in the country. It is operating in a highly centralized environment, not only in terms of cohesion policy governance, but also in public policy making and state administration overall. But given that we now are with cohesion policy, what we can say is that in the previous period, Budapest was still kind of having a steady flow of cohesion funds, and mostly cohesion fund was actually the most important for Budapest, just like for Prague, but also, of course, other funds. it has become also a separate region as on its own for the current period, which has a very significant change, because then Budapest itself is also, just like Prague, considered a developed region, and now that affects its eligibility for cohesion policy co-financing rates. And then Budapest is the case among the Urdiko cities that has never had any IB or MA role, so it's rather a beneficiary. It's not really involved in implementation. It has territorial actor role in the regional operational program, but it doesn't have any planning role in the sectoral operative programs. So very limited involvement of the city in planning and strategic alignment of programming. And moreover, there is no true functional urban area or agglomeration cooperation. There were some trials in the earlier periods, but not really anymore. And this kind of splitting of the region of Budapest and the area around it didn't help in terms of incentivizing cooperation. And what we should know is that most large projects that were done within the framework of cohesion policy were done by the companies owned by the municipality, because they were mostly transport or environment or some urban services related projects. In terms of results and outcomes, we can say that the first period that Urdiko was looking at, 2014 to 2020, Budapest had roughly 5% of its funding in the municipal budget coming from EU funds, where in the second period it sharply declined to almost 2%. And that's even only the promised amount, because what happened in this current period is that not only are there is the suspension of EU funds for Hungary overall, which really negatively affected the access of Budapest to the funds, because it seems that due to the political tensions between the national level and the city, which is in opposition, these tensions also affected funds access somewhat. So even planned amounts and even planned calls and projects have been stalled. Only very few calls have been announced, and barely any projects have started actually for Budapest in this period. And moreover, what is really important to mention is that Budapest is a city that currently is on really huge financial problems. It's really struggling to maintain even its basic service operation. It's running on short-term loans, within-year kind of loans, and it's at the edge of bankruptcy every third month. So it's really the focus is now more on maintaining operations and trying to let the trams and metros run and have the salaries paid, and not so much on development projects. Why that happened is partly also these conflicts. Budapest finances are mostly, almost more than 70% of Budapest budget is coming from local taxes. There is a redistribution scheme that is called Solidarity Tax, and that kind of takes away some of this money and redistributes it to other local governments. So actually the city has become a net payer into the national budget. In terms of capital investments, we did a graph that you can see if you don't look at the amounts only in terms of nominal way as they are always in the budgets, but we transferred them into the starting of the period money. So 2014 is the base, and we also corrected for inflation. Then you can really see how there is really a sharp decline in Budapest capital investments and its sources. If you compare 2024 to the beginning of the period, then you can really see this dramatic decline. And also you can see how EU sources, which are the green ones, have been really substantial in the first period, and then in the second period they are also much more minimal. Budapest is also a case that has an EIB loan, which is kind of running out, but you can also see that showing up with the blue figures. So this is really the dramatic situation, that basically the financial problems cause the city not really focused on development projects right now.
Thanks a lot for that. For the sake of time,
yes, I give it.
Maybe we go to Georgi to hear a bit. I mean, what you present is very worrying, and I mean we know it as Eurocities. We're working a lot with Budapest on, giving voice to Budapest to raise this at the European level.
We have a few conclusions there, which of course Ivan already said.
Yeah.
This is really the quality of multi-level governance, and it's really the trust between the different actors and the formal roles also kind of reinforcing the cooperation, because with just consultation and with just informal processes, it's not really working.
Yeah, thanks for that. And Georgi, from the point of view of the municipality, I mean, what are your reactions?
Well, I happen to be one of the public servants working for Budapest, so this kind of a financial crisis situation affects me on kind of a daily basis, but otherwise, just trying to, two graphs here, you can see what is basically illustrates what this financial strangulation of the capital city of Hungary is going by. The first graph shows how financial sort of decentralization was reversed basically after 2010. And what you have there is the centralization of many, many local government functions in general, including Budapest, and meaning that the financial share of the municipalities are declining sharply. And the second is just illustrating what just Judith has said about this solidarity tax or levy, which was based on the local governmental tax revenues and the sharp increase of it. So basically, it's a financial strangulation of the town or the city, and it's all because of this. Is just to illustrate further that what is going on in Hungary and why the EU funds have been suspended, because the government have managed to basically hijack European funds in order to serve its own political economy, which is a very dysfunctional political economy, which is not serving basically the needs of the country, but just aiming only and solely on political power regeneration. And all of these kind of links and pools and strings and incentives only, it's a corrupting logic all over. And of course, the European Commission and the European Council has established this view, established this fact, and this is the very well established case for suspending the funds for Hungary. So this is the game. So it's a very dysfunctional, very malicious, very well sort of bad faith. It is like spending European money in bad faith, establishing an institutional system, and of course, it's like a theater, that everything is just okay. All the institutions there working like that. It's just like a play in a theater. The overall game is just to regenerate political power, and that was the issue, which was the Commission and the Council has just fed up with, and rightly so, I would say. Okay, this is the same graphs you just Judith showed, but I would like to turn to the challenges. We have like national level challenges, quite understandably. These are the challenges I was just selected out from the case study. So basically it's in the papers of this project. So the too much centralization, the government system, and shrinking municipal fiscal autonomy. Oh yeah, one fun fact, previously before 2010, the municipal finances has been defined as like decentralization without no, so it was decentralized, but it wasn't the local governments never have a say or a real autonomy on that. Okay, the too much centralization, cohesion policy, just because this kind of ill-intended political economy of Hungary. And the functional urban area is not really applied. There's just there are no incentives for corporations of a regional or city level functional area, and partnership is only in nominal terms. So to say, it's written and it's like it looks like almost there, but it's not there really. Yeah. And the decision was made very well. It wasn't when the ITI as a possibility has appeared on the horizon. It was from the governmental side. It was a very conscious decision, the decision not to apply ITI in Hungary. All of this because of this kind of a ill-intended political economy what we have there. So because anything which is autonomous, anything which is out of governmental control is not envisaged as such as a necessary tool. It is just undermining this kind of political economy from their point of view, and that's why it is not intended to have an enforced level of national level institutions. When you have, namingly, there is a decentralized decision-making process, for example, in European funds, but at the very end, if you are looking at the functionality of it, it's highly centralized even then. So, well, the national level policy recommendations just selected out from the study as well.
Very briefly, as we are running out of time.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, well, this is the, obviously these are the perspectives from national level, and also we have like policy recommendations on the EU level, but I think Benedek will talk about a little bit further on this. So overall it's not a rosy picture, and but I would say that we are an extreme end of the centralizing case, and it's not so convenient to be in it.
Well, thank you very much. Well, so we went from Rotterdam to Prague, then to Budapest. We had from the best to the worst. Please join me in a round of applause for the speakers. And all the case studies will be available at the end of the month, most likely, and these are quite in-depth case studies that will tell you the story of these cities in a much more detailed way. We move now to the second slot, where we will be looking at the instruments of cohesion policy, ITIs, and of course also national instruments like the National Operational Program of Italy. So please, the speakers, if you could join me on the stage. So we have Ghent, we have, of course, Florence and Warsaw. Please. All right, so I guess no big introduction for this session. I mean, we're trying to understand how cities have, let's say, benefited from cohesion policy and how they've used the instruments like ITIs to actually deliver the investment. So we will start from Ghent. Tim, maybe you can start by telling us the story of Ghent.
Okay, thank you. So I'll try to do this very concisely in 5 minutes, but just to give you an idea of what we discovered throughout looking into the Ghent case study. I have to say it was a pleasure to really dig deep into this case study and interact with a lot of different departments within the city to really try to understand some challenges within the cohesion funding. So to just briefly, very briefly frame the institutional context. So Belgium is a federally organized country. Flanders does set the ERDF strategy. So this means that the Flemish Agency for Innovation and Entrepreneurship is the ERDF managing authority. It's very important to understand this, also to understand some of the critical reflections further on in this presentation. ESF funding is managed separately by the Department of Work and Social Economy. Ghent is the second biggest city of Flanders, so 270,000 inhabitants, so we're a pretty small city as compared to some of the other cases and examples here. And only since this programming period is there an joint urban ITI between Ghent and Antwerp, so the two biggest cities in the Flanders region. It's been touched on before by Ivan, so it's nice to pick up on this, is that Ghent is really, I would say it's kind of exceptional also in Flanders in the way it deals with urban renewal, urban redevelopment, especially focusing on socio-economically vulnerable neighborhoods through a very neighborhood-oriented approach, where a physical approach to renewal is combined with a very social way of working. This allows for a very integrated way of working together between, for example, the real estate development company of the city, the planning department, and also very much socially oriented actors within the administration, but also very bottom-up, together with local NGOs, local resident communities, and so forth. So it's a very participatory way of working. Local priorities are really defined from the bottom up. And there's a lot of focus on projects which have a big lever effect because they're inherently social spatial. They might seem very modest and not very visible on a strategic scale when it comes to the city, but their impact is huge, as in its spin-off effects, but also in its cohesion building on a local scale. So Ghent has made the decision very early on to kind of align cohesion funding with this kind of approach, which is, I think, a bit atypical in a sense, and it has created a lot of opportunities, but it's very challenging in the current programming period, which we will focus on later. And an example I'm showing here is the Sacred Heart Church, showing how a sort of relatively modest investment to redevelop a church building has created a very important place in the social spatial tissue in a neighborhood, where a community organization runs the former Presbyteria, where there's a social restaurant and there's a lot of social cultural activities, also making connections between, let's say, these new middle class inflow of people into a certain vulnerable neighborhood and its kind of existing local tissue and network. But so to go to this, the implications of the introduction of the ITI in the current programming period, it's a bit of a, I would say, a contradictory, conflictual story, because it has kind of I would say manifested Ghent's involvement as a co-steering city in the cohesion funding approach, but at the same time there has been a serious slimming down of thematic priorities, because the managing authority, being FLIO, focus a lot on, let's say, two axes, streamlining themes along two priorities, being innovation and green transition, very, I would say, economically growth oriented. And clearly there was a bit of more kind of flexibility in the previous programming periods, because thematically it was much broader. There was a flexibility in terms of product design in that sense. And it was much easier to kind of align this neighborhood-oriented approach with the themes being fairly broad. In the current period, we've seen that quite contradictory, aligning with this kind of new operational focus along two axes, has made that aligning the neighborhood-oriented strategy with the thematic priorities can be a bit in tension. So this is like the story of Ghent is not unequivocally positive, it's quite challenging in a sense as well. So this brings me to these 4 challenges I would like to share. So the first one is clear, a sort of thematic rigidity imposed on us by the Flanders region, although we have quite a bit of say in this, makes that it's sometimes difficult to integrate this neighborhood's ambitions and this way of working within the current way this is organized. On the other hand, there's a formal separation between ERDF and ESF Plus funding. So it's hard to finance, let's say, initiatives which are inherently combining physical and social approaches within a single intervention. So this clearly also has a bit of conflictual impacts when it comes to Ghent. Then a third insight is that there's a high co-financing requirement, because the Flanders has capped the grants of ERDF to 40% of total project costs, and especially for projects which have a sort of, let's call them, a vulnerable business model. Not very clear how economically they will be viable. This can be particularly challenging, and also within the city administration it becomes difficult to convince some departments to invest in project proposals for this type of funding. While the success rate is higher, why the impact might be higher, but still this can be conflictual. Lastly, there is some kind of insecurity about some administrative burdens and especially audits because they have a very big impact on small organizations, NGOs, locally framed organizations which are not familiar with this way of working, do feel this as a sense of distrust from, let's say, higher governance levels rather than trusts being implemented on a local level. And especially in this context, the FRO contact point is very important. I'll start finishing up. So, last slide. So, but still, despite these difficulties, it's very important to emphasize how cohesion policy does make a very big difference in Ghent, because it's probably the closest EU policy to local practice, and it's a really big lever for learning and experimentation, which is very important in this neighborhood-based approach. It can really help accelerate projects and push them to go a step further, to implement these innovations which would not be possible in another way, provide some very needed financial leverage, especially in these vulnerable projects, and also stimulate a sense of quality enhancement, because it becomes part of sort of machinery, quality checks. This is very important to kind of really push for quality in some of these local projects. And to end up also with an example which has always also been touched upon, which is part of the Urban Innovative Actions Project. It's called Ghent Knap Top. It means investing in the refurbishment of homes which are owned by vulnerable people by setting up a recurring fund. And setting up a vehicle like this, a recurring fund, would be totally impossible within normal financial arrangements within the city. And this has really made a huge difference. So I think this is a nice example to end with.
Thanks a lot, Tim, for that. And Heidi, I mean, as the manager of these funds, very briefly, could you share a bit some of the lessons learned?
Yeah, I would like to share 2 lessons learned. The first one is about the implementation of SUD, Sustainable Urban Development. As Tim showed in his presentation, Ghent has experienced both a separate priority access and an ITI. And for us, an ITI is only one of the possible ways to strategically use the urban earmarking. A one-size-fits-all approach does not necessarily guarantee a maximum impact if it fails to take into account the diversity of cities in terms of size, but also in terms of available budget for SUD. This is not a plea for less territorial urban strategy, but rather for a tailor-made territorial instrument based on trust in cities. And this will, to my opinion, only strengthen the urban dimension in and impact of cohesion policy. A second lesson learned deals with change. The shift from a separate priority access for SUD to an ITI was for us as a city a major change. After all, we were convinced that the connection with urban renewal and the integrated approach was a good example of how, in our case, the relatively limited urban earmarking for SUD could be used strategically to create maximum impact. So it took some time, at least for myself too, to deal with the strict thematic concentration, especially on innovation, to which the ITI was also bound and which no longer allowed us to work in an integrated way. It invited us to look at urban earmarket for SUD from a different perspective. And in fact, the ITI created opportunities in policy areas that we might not have immediately co-financed by ERDF, such as digitization. This openness has proved to be our strength in this current program period. And in this regard, I would like to share a quote from Marcus Aurelius. Mr. Barbato this morning said that there is a huge transformation in Rome thanks to European investments and, yeah, let's say, also inspiration by European policy. For me, as an archaeologist, Rome is a huge source of inspiration for me. So back to the quote from Marcus Aurelius. He was not only an emperor, but also a philosopher. And I believe the following quote beautifully reflects our experience in Ghent in the transition from a separate priority to an ITI. This is a quote. So that which is an hindrance is made a furtherance to an act, and that which is an obstacle on the road helps us on this road. And a wisdom, to my opinion, that can help us as cities to remain confident in ourselves, whatever the future will bring for cohesion policy and its urban dimension. So that's what I wanted to share with you.
Thank you very much, Heidi, for that. Well, thanks also for your work in Ghent. I mean, we talked about cohesion funds, but Ghent has also been extremely successful at getting direct funding like Horizon Europe. So something that you will read more about in the case study when you get there. We move from Ghent to Warsaw, a very different context, a very different city, but a strong beneficiary of cohesion policy. So please, the floor is yours to give us some insights about the case studies.
Thank you. There are two authors of this presentation, and this is Sylwia Dudek-Mańkowska and myself, and this time I'm presenting. And we are both coming from the Urban Research Laboratory at the University of Warsaw, Poland. Format of this session reminds me speed dating. And sometimes I think that I'm too old for this, but I will try, to 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to show you slides. These slides, I think they speak for themselves. So I'm showing, you are reading, I'm commenting. So it will be in this format of speed dating. Warsaw Metropolis consists of city of Warsaw and urban functional area. Our ITI, I think, can be treated as an example that there is that is possible to treat it as a governance instrument. Why? Because it has created a very useful operational space, and municipalities they have found themselves very well together with Warsaw. The very important thing that happened during these two periods covered by our study was that the area expanded. In the first period, we had 40 municipalities, including Warsaw. In the second period, we have 70, including Warsaw. So it was 70 local governments at municipal level plus 9 counties. Why ITI matters? Matters because our Warsaw Metropolis is a very interesting example because this is integrated functional area. But then it's divided institutionally because we don't have metropolitan government. And in fact, this ITI and cooperation, it was like a big experiment, especially during the first period. The first period can be treated, Paweł will develop it later, but can be treated as a learning period. Warsaw still serves as a capacity hub. Warsaw Metropolis Association is extremely important partner, so these actors are very active on the scene. We have also Metropolitan Council. It's like a body, advisory body supporting Warsaw Metropolis. At the end, I listed strategic tools, sustainable urban mobility plan and development strategy. There are two key documents prepared together by the association. There are, of course, limitations of ITI as a policy instrument. The risk of discontinuity beyond programming cycle is something that still is in our minds because, it works now, but what's going to happen in the future? There is also weak integration between special planning and investments, but there are some issues that cannot be resolved or they cannot be fixed by ITI, by reforms. It depends on many other, it's a very complicated issue, let's put it this way, diplomatically. Key changes needed, you see it listed on the right side. In our opinion, researchers, we think that two LAS are very important mechanisms to reduce capacity and co-financing asymmetries among municipalities because there are 70 of them and some of them they are doing pretty well, some of them are really poor and they have no money to co-finance, they have no capacity to be part in this programming period. And it leads me to the last one, to the last slide about policy implications. We believe, you see these policy implications. We think that if you think about ITI as an envelope with money, then you deliver products. If you think as a tool for governance, you can support integration. What brings us together, we think, what makes us act jointly is the territory. What divides us are approaches, ideas, concepts, etc. And of course, division of power, and then influence over, how we have the whole system structured. So this is one of our, I think, pretty important conclusions from this study. The second one is that very often we talk about cities, they should be involved from the very beginning. They should be creators. And for us, we should not only use this technical language, because I think that cities can be also treated as theaters when these European ambitions, they either come to life or fade in the paperwork. And, and this paperwork you're all familiar with, that this is big problem. And that's what I wanted to end with. This is our study and our case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Pavel, from your point of view in the city administration, beyond the paperwork, what is the impact and what are the resources that your city is getting? We're slowly getting there.
Thank you, Mr. Grochowski, for this introduction of our case. To complement the address of Mr. Grochowski, I would like to familiarize you with a little bit with the steps that we had to undertake to get it all triggered from the 2014, starting even earlier in 2013. It started with a declaration between our municipalities within the Warsaw Functional Area concerning the let's say, acting together to get the European funding from this new instrument implemented by the European Commission. Afterwards, in February, we had the official agreement of cooperation. And in summer 2015, after talks with our managing authority on the regional level, we got the role of the intermediate body of the ITIs. So it was the first time in the history that City of Warsaw was put on that level of the, let's say, managing of the money, responsible not only as a beneficiary, but as well for the, let's say, coordination of the implementation of quite a huge amount of money. Afterwards, we had to implement the strategy of the ITIs in 2015, where it was adopted by the authorities of the municipalities. And afterwards, in late autumn the same year, we got the positive assessment of the ministry for our strategy. And the first calls were launched in January 2016. So it took a little time to get the first steps in this type of the instrument, as it was historically absent previously in our history of getting the EU money. What about the amount and the approach initially in the first programming period? We had, like it was said, 40 municipalities there, and the amount of a little less than 165 million euros combined between the ERDF and the ESF. So we took the possibility to benefit from combining those two sources. And what can be a little bit, let's say, not very common, we had the larger amount for the complementary projects from the Cohesion Fund, from the national operational program. So it was the approach, thanks to the approach of the governmental side, that we had these, let's say, occasion to get our ITIs quite complex from the three sources of funding. What about the next programming period, 21-27? We got a little less money from the regional program, that is nowadays 135 million around euros. But for the second time in a row, we are using the ERDF and ESF. And it constitutes a smaller part of the all money for the Warsaw Capital Region, constituting of 70 municipalities. That is provided for the whole programming period from all the programs. And additionally, we had as well a second time in a row the possibility to use Cohesion Fund. But as in the previous period, it was generally for the projects solely in the city limits. So it is that's why it is a kind of complex project, but not outside the city limits. And it mainly concerns the effective emission public transport system within the national program. So what are the main differences between two programming periods? Of course, the area and the number of inhabitants. But this time, as previously, we had the cooperation on the ITI on the basis of the civil law agreement. This time, we had to use the Warsaw Metropolis Association, the formal, let's say, body, to be involved into the preparation of the documents needed for the ITIs. Previously, we had the role of the IB, and nowadays we don't have the role of the IB for the IT's implementation due to some circumstances that I would not address them here. But previously, we had to prepare only one document, ITI strategy. Nowadays, we had three. ITI strategy, development strategy of the metropolis, and some sustainable urban mobility plan. It was the basis on the national, let's say, law and decisions from the previous government. But what is the most striking here, we had a really huge drop of the co-financing level, as we are constituting the better developed region, only better developed region in Poland. We had 30 percentage points less co-financing, which really creates a problem especially among the less developed let's say, less developed municipalities within the better developed regions. It's quite complex, but you can imagine that if we have 70 municipalities, on which of them, let's say, roughly a half is rural municipalities, it is really a huge problem and challenge for them to prepare proper projects with such level of co-financing.
Thanks for that, Pavel. And we move from Warsaw to Florence. We heard already a bit about the Italian operational program for metropolitan cities, but Erblin, maybe you can tell us a bit more from the point of view also of Florence.
Sì, ci provo. Mi sentite, vero? Sì.
Yes, I'll try. So first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm waiting for people to receive the presentation on the screen. Thank you very much for having me before the last speaker, because Alessandra will be the last speaker before the coffee break. So she will be separating you from the coffee. As said in previous presentations, there are a few governance elements that need to be taken into account. Also, when it comes to defining the tools, the instruments to be adopted, complementary to the situation whereby every state is responsible for self-management. So we are obsessed by roadmaps. So this is a roadmap allowing us to understand that territorial dimension as a spatial dimension. So the tool has to take this into account. Otherwise, we are talking about something that, if not based on spatial dimension, has to assess the territorial impacts as well. So I should like to thank Ivan and Massimo for anticipating a few aspects and a few data about NOP Metro. You have further information, and let me stress that if we reason from Florence, there's a very good stability between the two periods, so around 120 million, more or less. and distributed over a 14-year period with the strategy. This allows administrations to activate long-term policies where and if needed through a tool which is a national tool but allows priorities and projects to be selected according to the priorities, and this seems to be quite good. What are the major characteristics? It promotes urban development with metropolitan impact, place-based, and this is added value. It involves as a function of the period taken into account 14 metropolitan cities in Italy, or if we consider the period 21-27, also medium-sized southern cities are involved. Several needs of the territories are represented. So these are not just the best cities, but also cities that do need support, considering the different responsibilities that these cities have to prove in terms of administrative capacities. So we are not so naive as to say that all cities can act the same, because the situations vary from one city to another, so we need to be realistic. Governance is all too important. So urban authorities for metropolitan cities and beneficiaries for smaller cities, especially for the period 21-27. The method is of paramount importance in terms of tools as well as in terms of governance, because as stated by the instrument itself, co-programming and co-responsibility are elements that need to be stressed, also in terms of catering for the need to extend these experiences for the next programming period. What are the advantages? So these advantages have been estimated by those observing the tools to provide information not just to the Italian but also the European community. So what are the advantages? An explicit urban dimension, also in terms of metropolitan areas, shared responsibility, and also work in terms of cooperation, and the important role of conceptualizing the tool, and when it comes to defining the priorities for every single city, when this is allowed for by the tool, then flexibility in terms of capability of representing the local needs and the national priorities. So this is a central element, but with good permeability in terms of local needs. What are the things to be improved within this framework? Because, of course, like all human-based tools, this is not perfect. So there should be further sensitivity introduced, taking into account the fact that territorial dynamics are very different from administrative dynamics. So a functional dimension should be added. We need to understand when and how, but we can organize another workshop on this. And this can allow the tool to be more customized in order to foster territorial development and take into account governance needs. Why is it a good practice? And here I recap, because the cities are put at the heart of cohesion policy. Then we have the metropolitan dimension. Then governance can be replicated. For those listening from other countries, so you should start reflecting upon this, because it's quite simple in terms of principles and concepts, and it represents a concrete, effective example of the principle of subsidiarity.
Sandra, maybe front of view of the manager of these funds, what can we still say and what can we learn? I mean, there are actually delegations around Europe that are thinking about coming to Italy to learn about this case study. Delegation from France. I know that also in the Netherlands they're thinking about this way of working, especially in the context of the proposal of the Commission that centralizes a bit, so they're trying to find a way to still have an operational program for cities. So it's quite interesting what you're doing. So if you could share a bit more elements.
Grazie Pietro.
Thank you very much. So we have a few minutes available, and people are waiting for the coffee. So many things have already been said. You can read them in the final outcome of the research study, and our managing authority will be further explain what happens in the city of Rome. But there are two major elements that are important to be stressed within the framework of this program that has grown, has been enlarged, not in terms of funding, but also in terms of strategies and synergies. First of all, the multi-level governance. It's not just a multi-level starting off from the city to get to the central state, but it's multi-level that sees in the city active participation of citizens as well, going back to the system-like approach as shown by the Ghent city, because the actions result from territorial consultation and local strategy that sees in European outcomes and targets something fully shared at national level, and this helps the state to cater for European targets and objectives also on the level of cities. It's a multi-level governance that sees in a tool within the program of multi-funds an opportunity to respond to the needs of infrastructures and services, because this was an obstacle that has not been seen quite often. So managing of structures and systems that are carried out, especially when we address social structures, should go hand in hand with the opportunity of being able to managing best the infrastructures developed. So we have to take into account this approach, and this allows better impact by final users, the end users being the citizens. And these models, these systems allow to provide for the possibility of citizens to be fully aware of the importance of these funds for the well-being and the importance of the different components when it comes to achieve European solidarity, subsidiarity being the key principle of all European funds. I mean, I'm fond of Europe. I graduated at the European University, and I'm in favor of well-balanced work. The best results are those that can be assessed in terms of impact. So what happened under the previous programming period has allowed us to set new challenging objectives for the new programming period, and I hope they will be even more challenging for the next programming period. We are very much waiting for them, but these examples are of paramount importance.
Applause for all the speakers. Great to finish on the note. Thanks for that, Alessandra. We now have 10 minutes for coffee, and then we will start with the last slot of this session. Thanks a lot for listening. All right. I hope the coffee was refreshing, and we will start with the last slot on administrative capacity. Very important topic. All right. So we started, we already had 6 case studies, and in this last slot we will focus on the topic of administrative capacity. So basically how are cities using cohesion policy to strengthen their administrative capacity, and this is of course mostly about their administrative capacity in terms of spending these resources effectively. And we're lucky to have 2 very interesting case studies. We have of course Strasbourg, and we also have Valencia, and so for the Strasbourg case study, we actually have Professor Christophe Demasier joining us online. So I don't know if Christophe is already with us and we can have him on the screen. Good to see you. I see you very well. I don't know if you want to check for the sound, Christophe.
Hello, Pietro.
Very
Hello,
good.
everybody.
Very good. Great to see you. We're just getting started here, and as I was saying, we will be looking at the case study of Strasbourg and Valencia to understand a bit what are some of hopefully good practices from those cities in terms of using cohesion fund to build administrative capacity, but also what are hopefully also some of the challenges that these cities face in terms of using the existing resources they have to manage these complex funds. I mean, we already discussed quite a bit the complexity of programming these funds, so it will be quite important to understand how cities can be supported in managing these funds. And of course, it's also about understanding how we can learn from experience, and of course it's not the first programming period that these cities are managing this fund. So we will hear from that, and Christophe, you have 5 minutes to present the case study of Strasbourg. And in your case study you're also looking more broadly at the French context. So I give you the floor, and we will then hear from colleagues from Strasbourg and France Urban.
Okay, thank you, Pietro, and I'm sorry I can't be with you today. So to present the results of the study on Strasbourg, I will address 2 questions. The first one is, what do we mean by administrative capacity? Maybe a basic question. And the second one is, what factors can explain the miracle in Strasbourg, the outstanding capacity of Strasbourg regarding the cohesion funds in general. So what we know is that this notion of administrative capacity has been highlighted by international organizations in the last decade, like the World Bank or the United Nations. At that time, the focus was on developing countries and on national administrative systems, but more recently, some experts in political science or in public administration have focused on cities, including cities which were involved in managing cohesion policy funds. Okay. I'm not going to say much more, but you can see from the definition on the slide that any analysis of the administrative capacity of a local authority should focus on the one hand on the policy style of the local government, and on the other hand on how the policy implementation and delivery are organized. Building on this, I'm going to distinguish 4 drivers of the local capacity of a local authority and illustrate it with the case of Strasbourg. First of all, we have the socio-economic situation of the city, its history, the local culture, etc., etc. What is specific to Strasbourg, you can see it on the right column and also on the images. First of all, Strasbourg and its regions have experienced 3 wars within 75 years and as many changes in nationality for the population. And as a legacy of these troubled times, the applicable laws, the language and the cultural identity are distinctive in Strasbourg as compared to other cities in France. Another legacy is the choice of Strasbourg as the seat of the Council of Europe and later on of other institutions, including, of course, the European Parliament. And as a consequence, Strasbourg has today a very profound European identity, and this means that despite the changes in political leadership in Strasbourg from center-right to left and currently to the Green Party, there has been a continuous and strong commitment of local politicians to European policies. Thirdly, there is a demand for sustainability solutions by the population, and it's very rooted. And frankly speaking, to switch from a city dominated by the car in the 1980s to sustainable mobility systems which are excellent. It required a lot of work. The second question is about the position of local authorities in relationship to other levels of government. And we discussed this earlier this morning with other cases of cities. What we know is that the greater the autonomy of local governments, the greater they are able to respond and to be accountable to the stakeholders. And this implies a very efficient distribution of public services. And Strasbourg very clearly fits this profile. First of all, this was said also earlier this morning, it is a metropolitan tier of government, which is quite rare in the European context. So it means that it has a set of mandatory competencies which it exercises in place of its member municipalities. And over time, the metro government of Strasbourg has developed major technical capacities in transport, in engineering, in urban planning, but also a managerial capacity, and it has implemented performance-enhancing measures. Besides, in the case of Strasbourg, there has been a very strong commitment to public accountability and to citizen participation. And of course, when it comes to the European cohesion policy, what is also quite exceptional in the French context, at least, is that for nearly a quarter century, Strasbourg has been an intermediary body with a full delegation for the management of ERDF and ESF. Okay. A third series of questions is about the internal organization of the local authority, its financial situation, the staffing arrangements, etc., etc. What shows the literature is that a good organization, let's say a quasi-perfect organization, determines the ability of a local authority to effectively reinforce its authority and to regulate economic and political relationships. And in Strasbourg, the ITI is managed by a dedicated unit which oversees the entire process from the selection of projects to the instruction and the payment of the applications. And Marion Pérez-Legel, who will speak in a minute, has worked there for 5 years, and she will be able to provide insights about how the successive ITIs have been managed successfully. But before this, I would like to end with my last line. I would like to end by arguing that this administrative capacity, it's not only a technical topic. It is also linked to the policy style of the local government. There has been a shift in the literature and in the situation of cities from local government to local governance. It means that local public decision-making has changed, or maybe should change. I mean that local governments no longer can dominate the discussions that they have with other actors like the private sector, for instance, or the local civil society. They are involved in the local governments, but they can't dominate these networks. And this is quite clear with how the cohesion policy is organized in delivery, is organized in the case of Strasbourg. The administrative organization has been designed so as to interact as much as possible with the local stakeholders. Just 2 examples to finish. The ITI strategy is informed by a strategic plan which has been agreed by the metropole and by the local private actors, including SMEs and not-for-profit organizations. And on the other hand, governance is also at play, in my view, when the political leaders of Strasbourg
Thank you, Christophe. If you
over
could.
time have chosen not to direct the EU funding towards their own investments, but to target the projects which are brought by the local actors. And the metro has redistributed more than 99% of the RDF funds to SMEs, to NGOs, and to other stakeholders. This is quite uncommon, at least in the context.
Thank you, Christophe, for that. If you could.
Yeah. Delphine Baudin will speak about it in a minute. So, yeah, really, there is a miracle in Strasbourg. Thank you.
Thank you, Christophe, for that, and thank you to tell us about the miracle of Strasbourg. We come back to Rome with Delphine Bourdon. Marion? Okay. Then we give the floor to Marion first. I mean.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Christophe, for this presentation. It's a great pleasure to be with you this morning, even unfortunately online. So as it was said, I work for the city and the Eurometropole of Strasbourg, and I was in charge of the management of the ITI between 2019 and 2024. And so a few words about these administrative capacities we have acquired and consolidated through the managing of the EU structural funds for over the past 20 years. First, to manage these funds, we had to develop specific processes as their management is different from the management of local fundings. And one important challenge has been to reduce the complexity involved in managing two different funds, ERDF and ESF plus, or ESF before, with two managing authorities, the state and the region, within one same tool, which is the ITI. So we organize joint committees, we adopt joint deliberations to reduce as much as possible the administrative burden and to enhance the overall consistency of the ITI. Second point, we also, as Christophe said, we also developed a local network and European funding with all the partners who are involved in the project supported by the ITI. I mean the chambers of commerce, the institutional partners like the regions, the states, the departments, and also with colleagues from various departments of the administration. And this network facilitates exchanges on supported projects, but also on other issues. I'll give one example. We worked with the Regional Chamber of Social Economy on how to help the associations to implement the principle of public procurement. Indeed, many of these associations benefit from the ITI fundings. They are local structures with limited human or legal resources, and we need to be sure that they meet the regulatory requirements. It's in our best interest in case of an audit, and by doing so, we also try to develop the skills of the local stakeholders, and I would say it's a kind of a win-win situation for the territory. The management of the ITI has also enabled us to develop strong legal and financial skills. It's a cost for the administration, as the technical assistance does not cover all the staff costs. The technical assistance represents for ERDF 3% of the total amount of the funding, and we consider that it covers around 25% of the staff costs. However, it remains beneficial as it allowed us to comfort strong skills in state aids or public procurement issues, but also in obtaining and managing fundings, other fundings, national or mainly national fundings. And the ITI staff is also considered as a kind of resource center for other departments of the administration on these issues. So I would say it's a virtuous circle because by developing these skills, we also increase our efficiency. The Eurometropole benefits from an expertise recognized by the managing authorities. And the ITI funds were allocated very quickly at the beginning of the programming period. And also that one reason for this quick programmation is also because we stand in close alignment with local needs, and we have the advantage of being closer to local projects than the region, for instance. We also use these skills to structure and to reinforce the organization of the administration to develop other kind of European funding projects through direct programs like Horizon Europe or LIFE, for instance. Over the past few years, we have developed several sustainable development projects, as sustainable development and ecology are the core of the political roadmap of the current administration. And as an example, the city benefited from 2.3 million euros from the Elena facility, and this enabled us to create 14 jobs dedicated to energy renovation of public buildings. And quite recently, a specific position has been created dedicated to the management of European funding. And this colleague now helps to harmonize internal processes. He supports also the development of European projects by providing shared tools, by sharing good practices, and ensuring the overall coordination. To conclude very briefly, I would like to insist on one point, on the fact that our technical capacity, this expertise, is not really a miracle because it came about gradually, and I would like to stress the importance of the stability of the context. Our main advantage, I think, is 20 years of uninterrupted management, which allowed us to retain and to capitalize on the experience we have gained, adapting when it was necessary, but without disruption. And we really hope we'll be able to continue in the next period, despite all the current uncertainties we hear. So,
thank you very much. Thank you, Marion. Very, very interesting and very important what you say, the need for stability for the framework, especially for administrations that are learning period by period how to use these funds effectively. And now from Strasbourg, we come back to Rome. We go to Delphine Bourdin from France Urban to hear a bit the perspective of the French Association of Cities, please.
Yes, it will be much more a reflection just before. I have a voice problem, so I will do my best. Then I would like to thank also, it's the first time France Urbaine, as a French network of big cities, metropolises, is a part of an ESPON project, and it has been really useful, and we are happy to be in it. And so I just wanted to mention that. So a quick reflection. So the reflection, the EU 2027 multi-annual financial framework is based on three aspects. We have simplification, performance, flexibility. But what is being prepared at the EU level, at the national level, does not always fully match what is happening really on the ground and what cities are experimenting. So these concepts are indeed understood differently at the local level, where policy are really, really implemented. So if we consider efficiency, performance, for example, we can observe really strong programming and absorption rates of cohesion policy funds among the members of France Urbaine, implementing an ITI, whether they act as an intermediate body or not, an intermediate body like Strasbourg or not. And the Strasbourg case demonstrates a form of efficiency and performance in supporting targeted groups, addressing, it has been said, social issues, territorial cohesion, facilitating access to funding for small organizations, micro-enterprises, SMEs, social economy organizations, and so on. which do not have this administrative capacity to develop projects without support. So this is also what we can call performance and efficiency at the local level. And indeed, for us, cohesion policy must not become, how to say that, a policy focused solely on large-scale and macro projects in order to demonstrate performance and efficiency. This is also, this also raises the issue of relationship, I think it has been mentioned earlier, between Europe and its territories. We need to pay attention to the European project that is emerging, that is coming, to avoid distancing it from EU citizens. Cities play a role in ensuring this proximity between the EU territories and their stakeholders. And to be performant also, there is also a need to secure and preserve the investment capacity of local authorities, which in turn will support the development of their administrative capacity. So this is a virtual circle. And integrated territorial investment, ITI, is an effective tool to remain close to territorial stakeholders and to identify projects at local levels, it has been said. And the Strasbourg case is an exception, it has been said also, with its ITI in France until the 2021 and 2027 period, as being an intermediate body with a full delegation for ERDF, SF, from project assessment to payment. And it is now joined by Mulhouse. And as part of the ESPON Urdico study, we organized an urban laboratory in June last year, and allowing France Urban members at technical level to exchange on the Strasbourg experience. And several representatives of the local authorities expressed interest also in this model. But, and there is a but, Marion was talking about uncertainties. What if the current framework we know changes? Indeed, in France, a reflection appears to be underway at the national level on limiting the number of intermediate bodies or even abandoning them as a management model for territorial envelopes of EU funds. And this raises a serious concern with the possible loss of expertise built over many years, like in the case of Strasbourg, 20 years, more than 20 years. So expertise that could be shared, replicated, and useful to other territories. So it would be a pity. So the question is, how can cohesion policy better respond to the needs of territories and in particular urban territories? For France Urbaine, contractualization is a way to explore based on clearly defined priorities with clear defined priorities and aligned with urban authorities' local strategies by combining local finances, local funds, regional, national, and European funds. And the Climate City contract experimented under the EU city missions within the Horizon Europe program may also inspire the European level to do so. And ensuring to conclude, ensuring multi-annual programming is essential, both for long-term investment planning, but also for preserving and building territorial expertise over time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Delphine. Very, very useful. Also, the policy recommendations. It's indeed very important. Without good public administrations, it will be impossible to implement funds locally. And there is, as we've seen today, a stretch for many public administration. And as we move forward, we also know that the state of public finances is not doing that well. And we can imagine in the next few years that especially local public administration will be put under even more strain. And so the support that cities can get through cohesion policy to reinforce their administrative capacity, their also capacity to be innovative in the way they manage funds, as we've seen with Strasbourg going from government to governance, it's extremely important. And now we move to the last case study, Valencia, which is also a very peculiar example of how a city administration under constraints from an administrative point of view is doing its best to manage these European funds. So Joaquin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pietro. Well, I am to talk about the Valencia city in Spain. It's a medium city. The third level or third city in Spain is more or less 800,000 people, and a metropolitan area from about 1.5 million people in the Middle East coast of Spain. I prepared a slide with 3 blocks of arguments, one single slide, for these 5 initial minutes, probably. Well, I don't know if can enlarge or not, but probably not. The first one is what about these challenges for administrative capacity? The first question is all people is asking, as Mrs. Pia said before, and a lot of speakers before, asking for a simplification, probably to be more flexible. But if not, or meanwhile, in Valencia, there were some interesting initiatives in order to manage this complexity. And this was a kind of learning by doing, mainly focusing on the integrated sustainable urban development strategy of El Cabanyal neighborhood, and a special unit for managing this budget was created in 2018. That afterwards was converted in an official department within the structural organization of the City Hall called EU Project Services in 2020. In fact, it was a very interesting innovation because it was the political decisions in order to make a well-organized strategy in order to how to manage, how to apply, how to coordinate units and so on, departments within the City Hall. The second innovation, I think, that is very important is this achievement in improving local integrated strategic planning in order to apply for funding, but not also for that, not only for that, because also in this case it's important to know how we can or how the city can to play a more coordinated strategic vision for the city. And in this sense, interesting Valencia 2030 strategy was developed and organized in several missions. This was also an interesting initiative from the city good point of view. Not so positive is the question of staff. Yeah, I don't know how to after this project. There are several ways in order to overcome this bottleneck, but we found 2 possibilities that are not exactly good solutions for forever or for everyone. The first thing is we can make some externalization to city foundations, as Las Naves or Valencia Oficina del Clima. Yes. And in fact, it's very useful because autonomous entities, depending on the city hall, that can apply for direct management projects, LIFE, Horizon, Interreg, so on, and to contract people in order to develop the proposals. But it's only temporal people in order to make projects that are not really investments in the city. It's only spin-offs in order to generate idea. Yeah? And the second, more operative way is to delegate this need of staff trained people in the regional government. In fact, the Valencian autonomous government was trying to provide people in the central regional government in the finance departments, and also through the functional service in order to provide support to the municipalities. Anyway, these 2 initiatives were a kind of failure because not all people is interested in working in a department for other cities or for other services. So I don't know how is the better solution. Probably Massimo, I think, was talking about the possibility from the municipalities association at provincial level. I don't know if it could be an interesting way to follow. Second block of arguments. This is a very challenging one. This is the co-financing and financial audit gaps. for co-financing in Valencia, at least was not really a problem to have money enough in order to apply for co-financing. The question was how you can have this money in the municipal budget according to the specific temporal rules in order to be ready to justify what is requested in due time. Yeah. So this is the problem, because there are important differences, and some people also was talking about long-term EU programs and projects, long time, and in face of annual city budgets approval that, at least in Spain, are more, this is a very strong control from the Ministry of Finance in Spain in this financial Spanish law. So that means that the local authorities should imagine alternative ways in order to have the possibility to act with these funds in specific projects. Probably most important to be financed and justified in time, that really needed or really expected or really brilliant for the future of the city sometimes, because probably it's difficult to have the possibility to have this total amount of money to be expended and to be justified just in time. Some solutions have been provided in this kind of mega packages in the accounting system in order to provide the possibility some parts of the budget could be changed within a same package from a budgetary point of view. Two more problems, disjointed procedures from the EU and the financial Spanish law. That means duplication, bureaucratic double or triple work for people working at the university, at the city hall, sorry, and several internal departments that are asking for part of the budget in order to be spent in different timing. And the solution is a common software in order to make easier this procedure. At least at the Spanish level is solved. It's more difficult to try to find solutions between the both Spanish and EU level. And the other interesting way is this the direct applying for
if you could move to the last point, that'd be great.
Yeah. So, and it's important, this last point, this local finances under suspicion or lack of trust, my colleague from Ghent says. So if there is an anti-fraud control, a Minerva software, depending on the ministry, why the responsible of the budget in the city was asking why we have to provide additional control, monitoring, and so on. Please let us know a kind of more freedom in order to decide about how we can apply with that. Another problem is if needed some solution.
Very quickly, we agree.
Yes, I know. This is a problem to be the last one, but and this kind of no direct interlocution between city and European level. This is the one of them. And final, very quick, Pietro. Standing menaces today in Valencia, I think in other countries also, and other cities go through. No coordination enough within the city level, between the departments, between the city functional areas and metropolitan areas, and multi-level governance is still. That doesn't mean that we have not fora or mechanism in order to provide this coordination. In fact, legally or normatively, they exist. They already are available. But people is not more comfortable from the city, from the regional government, from the national government, probably is not so comfortable to use them, but it could be improved. That is very important for me. Planning departments and units are not very influent in front of the budget ones and decision makers at all levels. So we are the little brother, yeah, the small brother in this sense. And finally, and probably today is a good example of that, political cycle divide is managing technicians, decision-maker relationships, and also long-term goals.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the speakers, and we now move to the last high-level panel. I'm sure there will be time to comment on the 8 case studies during that panel. I will refrain from that for the sake of time. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joaquin. I can ask all the panelists, all the speakers, please to come here, and we'll try to save some time also in this session. I'll try to focus only on the questions to the 6 speakers, and this session, as you saw in the program, is we have 7 speakers, 6 here, 1 online, and they will speak about the results and the conclusions of the report that we've been discussing all day. All of them have vast knowledge on urban implementation policies. So we start with some attention, please. We start with Jan Holbridge, which has deep knowledge and at EU level on implementation urban policies. So please, Jan, could you please focus on the EU level on all these EU fundings on urban development can be maximized through synergies, please?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much, and I have always the chance to
5 minutes, please.
I should avoid the nice words. So, okay. This is quite difficult. Why? Because the situation is changing from one day to another. So in fact, we don't have the very clear position now. After we have from time to time, and the representative of the European Commission knows very well that from time we have the letters, and the letter is changing completely the whole situation. So 1 week ago we have a different situation. Now we have a different situation concerning the cohesion policy, and the possible money for the cohesion policy, and it will change. I don't think it's better, but for a moment after last letter of Ursula von der Leyen, the situation has changed. So, second, concerning RRF and everything what has been said here, the situation is that RRF is a typical crisis instrument. Crisis instrument is for crisis. So the solutions are absolutely temporary and extraordinary. Extraordinary, very short time, very simplified version. I was in the monitoring group of the Parliament for all the RRF around Europe. Completely a lack of control, what is comparing to cohesion, and which of course can be explained on the extraordinary crisis instruments. For the normal instrument, it's impossible. Centralization is coming from a direct management. This is completely different management than cohesion. This is direct management made by Brussels. The centralization is not only on Brussels, but the consequence is the centralization of the national level. So the question is, what will be next? There is the tendency, and especially for urban, the tendency now is to use this methodology. Why? Because it's simple, it's fast, it's with all the problems. The question, is it feasible? And I think no. It's not feasible in such a version for the future if we want to join it with the cohesion. We should use the experience of cohesion. We should use the staff of cohesion, all the intellectual capital which is behind, and of course the tendency to see that this is just not about money, but this is cohesion is about the long process, skills, etc., which is in your report very clear. So I think that first, I think we should be very, very careful how it's done, because if not, it will be transferred from RRF to cohesion. Consequence, you see the draft of regulation. Each member state should have the national plan. In this plan, the member states can have managing authorities, so-called chapters. In these chapters, they can be the managing authorities if the member states want, And next, the managing authorities can be the part of the consultation and preparation of the plan. And next, the question, who will negotiate the plan with European Commission? One very, very complicated and secret message is who will be on the part of the cohesion negotiate the plan, but I will not ask the question to representative of the Commission. But on the part of the member state, it should be 2 months ago, it was coordinating body. Now it's coordinating function. So we don't know, in fact, who will be coordinating the plan and who will negotiate with the Commission. The question is, what will be, you are discussing the role of cities. In fact, for a moment, we don't know who will be, what will be the role of the partners in the plan vis-à-vis the Commission, which is positive, because everything is possible. No, everything is possible. That's why this is the moment to enter, to fulfill it with the content. First, it's absolutely necessary to say that the local authorities, regional or local or cities, depending on the constitutional and political will, should be not only the co-authors of the plan, they should be also responsible for the negotiations with the Commission when the plan is ready. You cannot imagine that 20 people will go to Brussels and negotiate one plan, including CAP. So, but I think that negotiate the content is impossible. I would, if I were the members, the cities authorities, I would fight to have the cities around the table, and next to have the cities being the part of managing or intermediate authority. To have it, we need earmarking. The question is it possible or not? Please note what is going on. I mean, the urban agenda from the Commission is politically very interesting, but it's very general, which I said is positive because everything is possible, because there is no clear conclusion in this. So I think that if we have today the rural areas, not rural development, but rural areas in the plan, I don't see any obstacles to fight for the earmarking for cities or for urban. Why not? If there is the rural areas, should be also the urban. I mean, is it possible? I don't think it's really possible, but this is the moment to fight and to show the importance of the cities. The next will be, of course, the consequence in the member states, and it was extremely interesting to listen to the Roman experience, Italian experience today, and the question what will be after 27. Just to finalize, look at the details. Look at the dynamics of the discussion. Look at the content of the regulation, which are not ready. This is just the draft. So it's really important to say that, okay, if you think that the plan should be obligatory, okay, maybe not okay, but no. If we have the cohesion mixed with the CAP, it should be a very clear division what kind of money which go to cohesion, what will go to the CAP. 1 week ago, it was impossible because everything depended on the government. Now, it's possible because you have another 10% going to rural, according to the last decision from last week. So who decided it? Not the national government. Commission decided, Commission proposed to put another 10% from the midterm review to the rural production, not the rural areas. So I think that it means that everything is very flexible. Everything is very flexible. And in this country, which is possible, if I were you, I will fight for the stronger dimension of urban, not only in cohesion, because more money will be in competitiveness, more money. So it's absolutely necessary to fight for both and to have this, the kind of at least earmarking, or at least the suggestion and guidelines, or in the cohesion, the earmarking and ring fencing. So maybe it's too much, but I think this is, if not now, it will be never, because the situation is very, very quick. And of course, the real debate will be next 6 months. After 6 months, I mean, it will be extremely difficult. During the Irish presidency will be the finalized. So the nego box will be, in fact, presented during the Cyprus presidency. So my suggestion as the independent expert today, if I were you, I would just find for the urban dimension and to ask Commissioner Fito, you promised to have 15% some years ago. So maybe not 15, maybe 12, maybe not 12, maybe 10, or at least 8. Using using the good experience in many countries of ITIs. You have arguments. These are the arguments which are concrete. So that's why it's absolutely necessary to do it. The rest is also depending on the political decisions, especially in Hungary, which I hope for my friends that it will change. Thank you.
Many thanks, Jan. And the Commission is there to listen to your recommendations. I don't know, Pierre, if we have online the second speaker, Karen McCarthy. Is she online? Oh, Karen, nice to see you. Sorry? Karen McCarthy. Oh, sorry, it's Gabriella Gertinga. Sorry, Gabriella.
No problem.
So again, we'll keep focus on the EU level. In your opinion, how could these synergies between all these fundings that finance urban development in EU can be maximized through these synergies?
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation. I'll try to be brief with my introductory
5 minutes, please.
remarks, of course, but just to say that it's the weather conditions in Hungary which prevents me from traveling. Even the airport was closed down for several hours yesterday. And my special personal situation is that I live on an island in the middle of the Danube, so I already experience certain aspects of the transportation in the urban and suburban area. It's not far from Budapest. Pleasure and honor with the distinguished guests, and I would like to pass my special greetings to Mr. Olbricht, whom we know each other, and last time we met in Gdańsk in Poland, and also to Mr. Javor, with whom we know each other since many years from Brussels. Now coming to the European Parliament work, of course, no need to say that this urban angle is super important for us, and not only in the EP, but of course in the Regi Committee specifically. And I would like to convey the message to the representative of the Commission that we appreciate very much the regular visits of Vice President Fitto and also different colleagues from DG Regio to the Regi Committee meetings in the Parliament, and also for their openness to discuss the ongoing issues, in particular, of course, now the MFF. As one colleague mentioned recently, it's very brave from their side. It's like Darth Vader coming to the Jedi Council when there are the MEPs, of course, with a lot of criticism to the current structure of the MFF. We indeed work hard on aligning the strategic priorities across the different instruments. I would like to mention a few concrete examples just to give you a bit more also on the wording and on the results of last year. For instance, there was the midterm review, which provided an opportunity for member states to reallocate funds and to realign a little bit the priorities to take into account the emerging needs and also the urban challenges. But also we had different reports and documents. There was the 9th Cohesion report adopted by the Parliament. There was also a very important report on the MFF, which was even published before the Commission came up with its own proposal on the MFF, in which we give our orientation and priorities and basically our wishes and expectations towards the new MFF, which in brackets I would say were not entirely met, to say the least. And also another report, which is an own initiative, INI report from the Parliament about simplification of cohesion funds. In all of this, basically, there is underlining the needs of cities, the urban challenges, the specific challenges with the cities and urban areas meet, like poverty, housing problem, traffic congestion, air quality, but also demographic change and depopulation on the other hand, and housing as well. I mentioned already, housing problems. And in all of these documents, which is, in my view, a big achievement, that we have the clear wording on calling for more direct access to EU funding for regional and local authorities, as well as for cities and urban authorities. Also, there is a mention of the use of integrated territorial investments, and also the mention of the strengthened coordination between the EU urban agenda and other instruments of cohesion policy. There was a special own initiative report on the housing crisis, where it's also kind of call for member states to consider duplicating the funds for affordable housing, which is again a special urban issue at the same time. And here also the explicit wording of more direct access for cities and local authorities. And the REGI committee also pays attention to how regional and local authorities are effectively involved in the implementation and in the programming. Unfortunately, my capital, Budapest, is a bad example also, as the study describes. It's a very centralized approach in Hungary, and the government, to say the least, does not treat fairly Budapest, and there are also calls which are just not published and not open, which could cover energy issues, transport, or housing issues. On the next MFF, we from the Commission, REGI committee, I worked for 16 years at the Commission, so sometimes it comes a bit wrongly to my words. On the next MFF, the EP and REGI committee, we regret a lot not having urban earmarking. And what we would find very important, that there is strong multilateral governance, and there is a structural and real effective involvement of cities and local authorities, not only in the implementation of the NRPPs, but also in the preparation and in the adoption. The other thing, that NRPPs should absolutely contain a separate and dedicated urban chapter.
1 minute, Gabriela.
And last but not least, just to say, and it should probably not be a surprise to anyone, that most members of the REGI committee and the EPP strongly oppose the current structure, not only the centralization and also the merging of the Agriculture and Cohesion Fund. We always say that EPP is the party of farmers and mayors at the same time, so we should not allow that they compete against each other when coming to the funds. By the way, the EPP group meeting takes place these minutes in Brussels, and Commission President Ursula von der Leyen is there. So I imagine that she receives quite a lot of remarks and questions on the MFF. We should probably know more after this debate. Thank you very much again for your attention and the invitation.
So we go from the EU level to more specific cases. First, now I think I'll get the name right, Kieran McCarthy. And Kieran will speak about, I hope, about which governance models can deliver better integrated urban investments and how to strengthen this administrative capacity at the city level, please.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. So I represent the European Committee of the Regions, which is a formal institution, a formal European institution that represents 1.1 billion politicians. And can I say from the very outset, to answer the question, what governance model? Decentralization. Like, we completely share all of the perspectives that I heard this morning from the 8 to the 10 cities that actually presented. In fact, it's in the DNA of the Committee of the Regions. Like, we represent local and regional politicians. I'm a local politician. I'm a city councillor from the city of Cork in Ireland. I've been a city councillor for 17 years, since I was quite young. And it's all about working with neighbourhoods and working with people. And anytime we see something that's top down, we're like, well, doesn't really work with the people on the ground who have their own, their interests and their perspectives and their experiences. And so for us, I mean, I can roll out the buzzwords that the European Union and all of us actually use within the European institutions: cities as co-actors, multi-level governance, co-ownership, subsidiarity, place-based, not one size fits all. We completely agree with you. But one thing that I was really struck by this morning, and actually is something that one of the last presentations from the gentleman from Valencia, the professor from Valencia, said, learning by doing. And it actually came across in every one of your presentations. So yes, in terms of what's a good governance model, decentralization, but also what's a good governance model is actually learning by doing, by experience. And I suppose I've been actually working on, I'm now a rapporteur on the EU agenda for cities, so I'll be tracking Pia's work very, very carefully. But thanks so much for presenting this morning, and thanks so much for the work today. It is really exciting what you're presenting. I think it is a little bit of an antidote to the MFF and centralization narrative. I think there's a lot of hope actually in what you're actually presenting. But over the last 10 years, I mean, I was involved in critiquing the Pact of Amsterdam and the first EU urban agenda and its implementation. And we've traveled such a long way over the last kind of 10 years. And those in the room who were on the initial partnerships, whether it's the jobs element, and there might be people from housing here as well. There's been such a great journey of people coming together and thinking together. And I think the journey also has been inspired that cities are evolving. Our ways of thinking about cities are evolving. They keep kind of evolving. Citizens' expectations are evolving. As I said, I'm 17 years in my council. I have a number of areas in my own city where an older generation has just died off and all new families have moved in. And their expectation in terms of what they want for their families, whether it's a playground or shops or schools, and in particular that housing element is just absolutely huge. And I think it's really, really important that the energy that's been built up over the last 10 years around this kind of evolving urban thinking is actually maintained. And I was really, really inspired by all the presentations this morning. And maybe the second tangent to that is just in terms of a governance model, is for all of us to be aware of what EU programs actually are out there to help cities. And I know many of you, every day, it's your bread and butter. You do it every day. It's your job in terms of the ITIs in particular. But nods and thanks have to be given to those cities that are involved in URBACT. That's a fantastic program. It really is a stepping stone for many cities to have a better way of thinking and connecting to urban policy a lot more in their own country or in the EU. Like Interreg has actually been absolutely great in terms of climate action. This morning, several cities actually mentioned climate city contracts and the Horizon Europe projects. Like my own city of Cork, we're involved in Horizon Europe, the climate adaptation, neutrality, and the oceans. Now that's a massive draw on kind of resources in terms of where do you find finance and so on. But it's been really, really great to actually come up with a better development plan or a more informed kind of development plan. And I think the last thing I wanted to mention was I wanted just to thank the work of the EIB, the European Investment Bank, for actually just getting out and meeting cities, and sometimes with no conditions, but actually informing people, look, have a look at where this is there, have a look at that. And all of that momentum needs to be maintained. The energy needs to be maintained, and yes, decentralization, that momentum needs to be maintained. The Committee of the Regions is seriously worried about the centralization narrative of the new MFF proposal. It's seriously worried. We've been trying to speak to we've spoken to Commissioner Fito. We're trying to speak to other commissioners. We've spoken to the European Parliament rapporteurs, but we kind of find that if everything is centralised, like what's the role of a Committee of the Regions in the first place? If the central governments are just making that particular role, but what's the role on the ground if we actually can't make decisions? Now I know the end process is probably not going to be as hard as that. That there's going to be no one's going to be talking to anybody, and there's going to be central government all the way. But we find it very upsetting that much of the work kind of done over many years, especially urban, rural, could be actually overturned and subsidiarity completely undermined. And that's something that, as I said, is a serious worry for us. So to answer your question, decentralization.
Thank you. Okay, let's go now again to the EU level and use the expertise of André Sopzak as the Secretary General of the Eurocities. Must have a lot of lessons for us to learn. Please, 5 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. First of all, I have one regret with this report. It should have maybe been published a little bit earlier, 1 year ago. It would maybe have helped indeed to shape already the first proposal for the next MFF. But of course, I think we are all mobilized to still use the evidence from this report in the next months, because as Jan Ulbricht has told us, we are still there and we have still the possibility to impact it. There will be a lot of negotiations going on, and I think it's really interesting that beyond the different political opinions that we try to defend in this debate, we can really rely on evidence. And we are all, I think, sometimes afraid that in the geopolitical context, evidence doesn't seem to be anything that is still relevant. But in Europe, we should, of course, maintain it. And I think for this reason, it's really important. And we have seen how diverse the situation is all over Europe. But also we have seen the resilience of cities and urban actors to adapt to this context and to develop enormous administrative capacity to find the right solutions in a very complex context. And I think this is really also a key actor that we should bring to the debate, because if we want to make the right decisions that really meet the needs of citizens and also smaller and medium-sized businesses, we cannot think that the EU level or the national level will be enough, and even the regional level is probably not enough. We need to be as close as possible, because it's really about the different needs in the different neighborhoods, in the different parts of the city, and this can only be done at the closest level of governance, of course. So it's also a question of efficiency, and it's also, I think, a question of defending the whole idea of Europe, because what we have also seen in the different debates is that sometimes by going too much through the national level, actually you lose track of what is really European, what is national. And if we cannot explain to the citizens and the local actors that actually this investment comes from the European Union, how do we want to have people still believing in that European Union is something useful for them? So I think it's really important. So I think the different debates for us as Eurocities has shown that there's a lot of work to be done, but we have also good allies. We have people in the European Parliament, we have the Committee of the Regions, we have also all the different national city networks and other networks, so we try to organize ourselves. We want to use the mayors. The EU agenda for cities is an important tool, and indeed we hope that the first summit with the mayors could take place as soon as possible, maybe before the summer, to actually use this as a main platform, because where we will have different representatives from the Commission with mayors, and if we can focus then in particular on MFF, because it's so important for all the rest, it could be a key advocacy point, I think, for us. So let's hope to get it happen, and you can of course count on us to prepare it in the best possible way. And then we will defend there what has already been said by all the different actors, to have indeed a mandatory urban chapter. I think there is a lot of evidence that indeed it's not only about the money, it's about the governance, and that the city leaders need to be around the table and need to negotiate all these different things. And also because, and I think we can agree on it, that the next budget should be more flexible. But if it means flexibility then only at the European and national level, then there's another risk that even if we agree in the first round something that can be working for cities, that could be changed because of a crisis. I don't think it's a good idea. The second element is of course about urban earmarking, and maybe to add there, it's for us, it's also cross-sectoral urban earmarking that should be important, because the different elements and evidences have shown that the really added value, in particular of the ITIs, is the fact that we can have a very cross-sectoral possibility to use different kinds of funds to work simultaneously on housing, mobility, on renovations, and so on. So having this cross-sectoral urban earmarker, I think it's really important. And then also third point that we will defend is this dedicated EU-level instrument and budget line for cities, because currently we have seen that there is something small, but it's not very clear. And I think we need to build on the European Urban Initiative, because we have a lot of projects also there, also in cities that do not benefit so much sometimes from cohesion policy. So it's important that we keep it, and that we also have indeed direct funding for cities and also on capacity building. I think this is really important, because we have seen so much that cities have not waited, of course, for the EU to develop the capacity, but we need to maintain it. And in particular, if there are a lot of changes, we need to have a direct funding to have still in the future a good administrative capacity. And as Jan Ulbricht also said, of course, we also will pay a lot of attention to the competitiveness funds. Because there also is a huge risk that a lot of the funding could go only either to big multinational companies or to only the researchers. But we think that it's also important there that cities are in the governance, because we have seen that so much innovation is happening via the intervention of cities. So a lot of work to be done, but I think this event gave us a lot of energy, and the report gives us good tools to have a strong advocacy in the next months.
Many thanks, Andrea, for keeping the time and your knowledge. Again, we're going back again to the city level, taking the case of Italy. Raffaele Parlengi, if you can elaborate also on the questions I put to Kieran on the how to improve administrative capacity, and also to engage in these governance models that best take the development of at urban level.
Grazie, grazie per l'invito, grazie per
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you to the representatives of European cities and Metro NOP. I'm the managing authority. I'm the director of Service 5 of the Department of Cohesion Policies, and this is the office that has as its ultimate goal to implement territorial policies and European territorial cooperation policies. During this day and within the framework of this mechanism, we can see that the urban dimension, that is not just metropolitan area, but also covers medium-sized cities, internal areas, rural areas, has so many dimensions. As a matter of fact, urban development policies and territorial dimension policies can be implemented as compared with local, national, and international dimensions. In all these dynamics, we can see governance models, we can see programs of territorial cooperation, as mentioned by our colleagues. Interreg ESPON itself, thanks to this extraordinary research study, ESPON provides a very interesting food for thought for the dimension that the European dialogue is taking on. Our department is part of the European EU agenda and will be part of the working party for cities and all the documents that must be developed in order to deepen reflection. Well, the Metro program, well, this is a witness thanks to the quality of the work done by metropolitan cities and medium-sized cities, another 38 in 2022. This puts together governance model, the managing capabilities, the capability of looking at PO5 and the closeness between citizens and impacts to see the ways to exert flexibility, because the program plan are not yearly programs, and they are an extraordinary lab So in the period 2014, 2020, and 2021, 2027, between the two programming periods, metropolitan cities, medium-sized cities, countries also took up the challenge of NRRP, and the cities that had started under the previous programming period had already activated an extraordinary laboratory of capacity building in order to be able to take stock of all this work on urban development. Now, the governance model. So let me spend a few words on how our model works. Metro NOP, it's based on a national managing authority, and the relationship with the cities is based on a delegation that the managing authority has vis-à-vis of metropolitan areas. So these are the so-called intermediate bodies, but intermediate bodies are turned into a true working party, anticipating the targets and milestones with the working modality that is, of course, very, very interesting. Medium-sized cities instead are the implementing actors, and the managing authority sends its representative in all surveillance committees. Let me conclude by reflecting on the role that cities will be playing in the new urban agenda, using the same techniques and creating aggregating factors on some themes. Some of them may be new. For example, AI. That will change the scheme of smart cities, no doubt. Let's imagine all the places of transition where cities will be called upon to interpret ecological transition, digital transition, climatic transition. On all these themes, aggregates will be developed. And so there will be a strategic aggregate to take into account the dimension of the strategy to be developed with Europe together with the optimal spatial dimension. This could be no more the city, but larger areas or areas as a function of the different models that we have analyzed. Within the framework of all this, we would like to be ready to implement the programs we are working on. And of course, we would like to suggest and provide best practices to take up the new challenge of the new programming period 2021-2028.
I hope you now can have the opportunity to learn with Rafael Barbato, which is having this European transformation in Rome, as he expressed in this presentation. So I'm very keen to learn with you. We all are keen to learn with you on how Rome is implementing this transformation in favor of urban development.
Sì, questo secondo intervento parlo in
Well, I will be speaking Italian for my second intervention, and I will try and be short. As I was saying this morning, Rome, Roma Capitale, the capital city of Rome, benefits from three different mechanisms of European funding. So the NRRP, and we can also benefit from the regional ERDF plan of the Latium region. So we want to compare the three models. So in very concrete terms, from our viewpoint, the model that seems to be more effective today and more aligned with the needs of Roma Capitale is the Metro OP, due to this very important characteristic, empowering cities, making them autonomous, not just when implementing, but when planning. Metro NP gives resources with clear-cut and stringent rules, but leaves cities with the possibility of planning and replanning, and this is a major quality municipality. And this was the major defect of NRRP or RFF, because there have been tenders coming one after the other. In the period March 2021, December 2021, in Italy, municipalities had to participate in one tender per week, and every tender covered 3 or 4 billion, and they were given 45 days in order to respond. So this was completely running against the planning approach. So NRRP, like all models, can be improved, and we can get inspiration from the other models we have today. But let me stress what is lacking in all the models. So the default in all other models. So the absence of urban agenda, RFF, ERDF provide a very important contribution in financial and methodological terms, but the cities do not have a national framework. And NP 1420 lost this opportunity because it was developed to encourage the Italian government toward an agenda and the ministerial political presence. The NRRP, as you may know, RFF covered investments and resource, and we didn't have the opportunity, or we lost the opportunity to reform the Italian NRRP towards urban agenda. The opportunity would be the new RFF, where there's mention of reform conditionality to ask countries like Italy to be equipped with an urban agenda. Another winning characteristic being flexibility and thrust towards innovation. There's been very important reform lately in Italy as far as the possibility for municipalities, so working with NGOs, and PN Metro was very, very easy to implement this novelty, and allows us to implement a part of PN Metro using co-designing, and this was very positive development. Now, a couple of aspects we can borrow from NRRP to improve the situation. Well, first and foremost, the milestone and target approach, but we have to make a distinction. A milestone means we have intermediate targets. For example, in Italy, NRRP, in many cases, was threatening to take money out of cities in the absence of public procurement by 1 year, within 1 year of the launch of the project. And this was very, very positive, because this gave a pace of work to administrations, but also created a leverage for administrations to be present on the market when we exchange with engineering firms and economic players. So we have this leverage, whereas targets are very different, because targets were based on performance base. So the performance is most important, but targets are not based on performance. So there's a need to truly develop place-based. So we have to change the meaning of evidence-based, and this is the other very important characteristic we have. And let me conclude by saying that the big issue of RFF is that there was no technical assistance included. The eligibility rules of the Commission on RFF were excluding technical assistance. Instead, the PN Metro involves this, and this should be remaining, because cities have been strengthened a lot, as my colleagues said. So there's been strengthening of cities, but this should continue, because we don't want to have a peak and then a decline in the administrative capacities of cities.
Rafael, very useful comments. And now we have the privilege to end this session with the contribution of Benedek Javor, also focus on the EU level of European policies. Please.
Thank you very much. I will speak in English. Dare la mia presentazione in italiano.
I gave my presentation in Italian. And it would be very funny for Italians if I speak Italian.
The details of the Budapest experience were already presented by colleagues. Oops, sorry. We should finish here. So I will rather concentrate on the lessons for the European level than to introduce the details of the Budapest experience. And of course, Budapest can be regarded as a single or outlying exception, a special case. But I believe that many trends we experience in Budapest, perhaps in a milder form, but exist in other member states as well. Or if we look around in the political landscape of Europe, there is a risk of happening in the future. So we realize that there are 6 critical areas for the city of Budapest regarding the use of EU funds. The first, which was already mentioned several times, is centralization, the missing of multi-level governance. The second is the lack of partnership, or a meaningful partnership at least. Also the lack of dedicated targeted urban financing channels. Difficulties with the access to EU funds. There is a clear political discrimination in the allocation and distribution of EU funds. And the 6th area is that, and it's a special Hungarian issue, the decommitted funds due to rule of law deficiencies hit rather the final beneficiaries, the cities, Budapest, than the government which is responsible for the non-compliance. In the light of all that, on the EU level, our proposals and recommendations are for the next financial cycle to strengthen its efficiency on the cities level are quite clear. First, we believe that there is a need to strengthen the partnership framework, making it a mandatory, closely controlled, ex-ante hard condition, not something nice to have, but something mandatory, with clear mechanisms to sanction non-compliance. Because very often we experience that even though the Commission indicated that, or there were clear information that the partnership is not really respected, nothing really happened. So cities and local and regional authorities should be involved already in the programming, the management, and the control of the EU funds, and meaningful and impactful consultations are needed at every step. Second, that efficient, well-functioning multi-level governance is necessary. So cities should get a role in the management of the funds, either as management authorities or intermediate bodies. A certain level of decentralization should be expected by the Commission. The third issue is that dedicated, and that was already mentioned several times, Mr. Albrecht mentioned, Andre already pointed out that dedicated targeted urban financing schemes and chapters are necessary on the level of the NRPPs. Earmarking, ring fencing is something essential. Jan, you already mentioned the sustainable urban development and earmarking for cities. There is 10% for the rural areas. Another 10% is necessary for cities. The fourth lesson to learn that we need more direct funding for cities. For example, by upgrading the European Urban Initiative, to strengthen the missions framework. It's a good framework because there is a contracting framework, which is an obligation for each and every level, from the city level up to the Commission level, or in other form, in other programs, to open kind of lifelines for cities in the access to when cities have difficulties to access to nationally managed funds. The fifth, and this reflects to the specific Hungarian experience, is a kind of safeguarding mechanism or smart conditionality to make decommitted funds available for cities if sanctions, corrections, suspensions, or decommissioning are applied due to rule of law or other deficiencies of the member state governments. These decommitted funds could be reallocated to the EUI or to the Agora program, opening an envelope specifically for LRAs and cities. And perhaps a sixth proposal beyond the MFF framework, and I finish with that, and it's a personal view that the situation of the municipal system, the autonomy and stability of the municipalities should be closely monitored by the Commission in the rule of law framework, because I believe that the situation of the self-governance, the municipal system, is a rule of law issue, and this should be approached like this. And we believe that these measures could help cities to implement EU budget and to contribute to joint EU targets more efficiently than it is now. And Budapest is, I believe, or we believe, is not an exotic, distant example. It's a laboratory highlighting how things can go wrong under the current regulation. This is an unwanted experiment, but it provides clear evidences, and I think it's better to learn from them before similar things happen elsewhere. Thank you.
With these messages for the Commission, we finish this session. Many thanks for everybody. We really need to move on with the final session. So thank you again for participating in this panel.
Thank you, Eduardo. I will keep with me Benedict, maybe, because I think that as we are coming closer to the end of this conference, we will just share with you a couple of concluding remarks, and I would like to invite you back again on stage to say a couple of words. As our lead stakeholder, I think it's important. Please.
Yeah, so unfortunately you have to continue to listen to me as lead stakeholder of the ESPON Urbico project. And in this role I would like to say, first of all, of course, a huge thank you to all the speakers for this very rich and exciting morning. I believe that we saw a rather colorful picture of the urban dimension of cohesion policy. And it was really a very positive experience and relieving to see many positive examples and good practices from the participating cities and the examples. And these are very important for a peer-to-peer learning, and these cases help other cities to apply perhaps policy measures, administrative structures, methodologies, how to make a better use of available EU funding, and I think this is very important to learn from each other. I was really happy to see that in all of the partner cities there are initiatives and projects, ideas worth sharing and also worth implementing them in other cities. But difficulties, problems or failures are equally important. They shed light on the practices, regulations, structures, and rules which are not functioning perfectly well, and this helps us to improve our system of EU financial support for cities to make it even more efficient and impactful than it is. So I have I would say short, but it's not so short list of a few important lessons of today's discussion to bring them home with us. The first, that cities are clearly important. Over 50% of the EU development funds is spent in the cities, and as we heard in the morning, 70% of EU policies are implemented by cities. So how the cities perform will fundamentally influence the success of EU policies and the EU budget. The second, that cities are efficient. And I think that the evidence is suggested that decentralized systems can be at least as efficient as centralized management systems. Even in the Italian example, which perhaps a little bit different from the others, the deep and active participation of cities was a key to make it efficient. So I think that cities already gave evidences that they are able to implement, manage EU funds and to use them to achieve the joint goals of the European Union. The third lesson, that cities are different. Smaller and bigger ones from the north or from the south, east and west, being part of a more decentralized or a centralized system. The cities we analyzed in this project were very colorful. The needs, difficulties, priorities may vary heavily. So there is no one-size-fits-all solution for all of these cities. We need a flexible, place-based approach to reflect to the local needs and realities. And this takes me already to the next point. Because also I have to mention before that one of the big lessons to learn for me, that cities are not known enough. And we need more knowledge about the cities. Data collection problems, difficulties of comparison was quite clear in the project. So as was already mentioned earlier in the morning, we need a more systemic and comparable collection of data to get know better what is happening in the cities and how EU policies and the EU budget is implemented in the cities. And in line with that, also cities should be heard and involved to address the most burning social, economic, or development challenges. Cities, which are the closest to the citizens, should have a strong voice during the design, the preparation, management, and implementation of EU funding schemes, both on the national and on the EU level. The sixth lesson, that cities can and should do the job. While there is a clear need for capacity building in many cases, cities already have a strong administrative and management structure and experiences, and they are able to manage funds, projects, and programs. This should not only be acknowledged, but also used in practical terms when it comes to implementation of EU cohesion policy. The next lesson, that cities need better cooperation. Better cooperation with their own citizens, cooperation locally, applying territorial approach even on the neighborhood level, as it happened in the case of Ghent, for example, but also with each other to learn from other experiences, with the national authorities to design together the best, the most impactful plans, strategies, projects to tackle the symptoms of the polycrisis we live in. And also better cooperation with the EU to create an EU-level framework which empowers cities and help them to contribute the most to the joint goals and targets of the Union. The eighth lesson, that cities need a wider perspective. And we heard a lot in the previous panels that most of our cities' problems cannot be solved within the administrative boundaries of them. So functional urban areas, ITI tools, agglomeration level cooperations are needed to find efficient solutions, and they should fit perfectly into the structure of the EU budget and the EU funding to target really the problems on the most efficient level. And finally, what I like to underline and mention, that it's not only the cities which need the European Union, but it's also the European Union which needs its cities. EU policies cannot reap the full potential without active involvement of and successful implementation by cities. Altogether, I hope that this ESPON Urdico project and its conclusions and recommendations help to better understand why cities are important and how they can be held and empowered to contribute even more to the success of our European project in times of change, unpredictability, and uncertainty. This project now is officially almost completed, but our task to further disseminate, advocate, and spread its conclusions during the legislative procedure of the next MFF is still ahead, and it is our joint task and challenge to do it as successful as possible. And finally, once again, I would like to say thank you to all of our partners and colleagues in the project, cities, observers, organizations, everybody who participated, the research team participated in this project. Especially, I would like to say thank you also to my colleagues in Budapest who worked a lot on the implementation of this project, and also Piera Petruzzi and Nicola Rossignol from the ESPON Secretariat. They worked relentlessly on this project with a great enthusiasm, providing limitless help, support, and advice. So thank you everyone for joining to us in this project and also to be with us today in this conference. I think that we have a lot to bring home with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benedict. I will just conclude, and I promise I'm not long, because I leave you the final words. We share on ESPON side everything that you said. That was very, very inspiring. All this takeaway. I would like, maybe can you show the QR code for Slido? I have one small last effort for those who had the patience to stay with us until now. If you had the chance to connect back again once on Slido and to answer a couple of questions, will take you not more than 30 seconds, maybe a minute. We'll be very grateful for that. And while you're doing this, I would just like to conclude in saying again a big thank you. Thank you to all participants. Thank you to all here in the room to be still with us, and also for those people who are attending the meeting online and who are brave enough to be still with us at this very late hour. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to the moderators, of course. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Ivan, again. I can't name all the researchers who contributed to this wonderful project, but thank you to all of you. Thank you for the cities, of course, and thank you, Piera. Thank you, Piera. You managed to brilliantly lead this project. This is very important for us. It's ESPON. It's a very rich project because of the commitments of all the partners and mainly Budapest. I think it was very visible today. We see it more as a beginning than the end of the journey. So ESPON will remain on the side of local authorities for sure to inform and support further in the months to come to the best of our capacities in view of the next programming period. This is very important. We are doing a lot, and we are open to do also more also for the Commission. We are pleased to announce that we were mandated, ESPON, by ministers responsible for territorial cohesion and urban matters as well, in order to support a strategic reflection on the side of the member states. And we will set up soon, and this is a sort of an announcement also today, what we will call a new Territorial Futures Forum, aiming at gathering strategic reflections and at developing a shared territorial vision for Europe. And this forum will be organized twice a year under the auspices of the upcoming rotating presidencies of the Council of the EU. And we will start under the Cypriot presidency, and we will pay particular attention to the role and place of urban areas. So stay tuned to our also communication channels to know more about this initiative, because I'm sure we will have a lot of opportunities to keep on discussing together these topics. Thank you very much once again for your attendance, and hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.